Alrighty, good Tuesday afternoon, everyone. This is Jacob Melton, Community Manager here at West Michigan Weather, and I am live with you here as we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, which does include portions of Kent and Montcalm County. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 4:45 p.m. this afternoon, and it is for the potential of quarter-sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is just coming in now within the last couple of minutes for Kent and Montcalm counties, portions of those counties. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch coming in now, and we'll go over that in just a moment. That does include a good portion of our coverage area. So again, if you're just joining us here, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Kent and Montcalm counties. I'll pull up the warning text from the National Weather Service here. Give me just a second while I do that. Okay, this was issued at 4:03 p.m. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Kent County and also central Montcalm County, and this goes until 4:45 p.m. At 4:03 p.m., the severe thunderstorm was located over the Rockford area, or 12 miles northeast of Grand Rapids, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazards with this, again, is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source on this is going to be radar indicated. And also, impact will be hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Greenville, Stanton, Rockford, the Lakeview area, Cedar Springs, Sidney, Langston, the Gowen area, the Entricon area, Trufant, Kings Corner, Lincoln Lake, and Northview. If you are in any of these areas I am calling out, you need to prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building. Stay away from windows. And again, the storm is moving to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. Taking a look at Doppler radar here, you can clearly see where the hail is with this storm, just southeast of the Cedar Springs area. I'll zoom in a little bit more. South of the Sheffield community, right near M57 and Myers Lake Avenue Northeast. It's also known as 14 Mile Road Northeast. It's near the Deer Tracks Junction Adventure Park, near the North Kent Golf Course, is where we're seeing our greatest signal for hail right now. You can see once you get into these purples, pinks, and even whites, that is generally a sign of large hail potential in this storm. We'll take a look at a couple other products real quick. Let's go to our debris tracker, except we're not going to be using it for debris in this case. In this case, we're going to be using it for hail. That is showing a hail signal right over the right southeast there of Cedar Springs. I also want to throw out our hail tracker. Let me pull that up just 1 second. And that is showing a large hail signal just northeast of the Rockford area. This is going to take it in the general direction of Greenville and Stanton with time as this storm continues to move off to the northeast. So if you are in, again, this is going to be northeastern Kent County and central portions of Montcalm County. You need to be heading indoors right now. You need to get inside that sturdy building. Preferably away from the windows, and let the storm pass. I want to do a storm track it off to the northeast, and again, it's moving around 40 to 45 miles per hour. That is going to take it. Let me zoom in a little more, see if I can get some more communities. All right, maybe not. Okay, the Harvard community at 417, but you should not wait. You need to be indoors right now. That is in the next couple of minutes. The Gowen area around 426, the Turk Lake community around 430, Langston around 433, the Etricon area around 440, Stanton around 442, Westville around 444, and Six Lakes around 446. The Edmore State Game area around 449, and Edmore around 450. Edmore, you are not in the severe thunderstorm warning yet, but if the storm does continue to hold together, warnings may eventually be required for you. So just stay aware, stay weather aware, keep an eye on this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. Zooming out, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now. I do want to say, I'm going to take radar off just for a second. If you are in Ottawa, pay attention. If you are in Ottawa, Kent, Montcalm, Gratiot, Ionia, Clinton, Allegan, Barrie, Eaton, Ingham, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, and Jackson counties, and also Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale County. You are all under this new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued within the last several minutes. This severe thunderstorm watch is going to go until 11 p.m. I do think the threat will begin to wind down probably around 9-10 o'clock locally, but the severe thunderstorm watch does go until 11 p.m. It is for most areas along and south of I-90, or we'll say M46 corridor, especially east of Howard City. But really along and south of the M46 corridor, you are in this severe thunderstorm watch. So that is in this kind of pinkish purple shading. Further to the north, you're still in the threat for stronger storms. It's just not expected to be as widespread up there as it is for our counties in the severe thunderstorm watch. Again, we do only have the one severe thunderstorm warning that is for portions of Kent and Montcalm counties. We are watching some other stronger storms that are currently not severe, but they could be still producing at least some small hail and gusty winds. For example, we're watching this storm near the Portland, Eagle, and Grand Ledge areas. That's moving out of Ionia and Eaton counties into Clinton County. So areas like DeWitt, Riley, Westphalia, Fowler, St. John's. Be aware of this storm. It is currently not severe, but could be producing some gusty winds, small hail, in addition to heavy downpours and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning for Kent and Montcalm. They are updating this severe thunderstorm warning, and they have increased the hail size from quarter size or 1 inch in diameter to ping pong ball size, or 1.5, 1.5 inches or 1.5 inches in diameter. This is a new update to the severe thunderstorm warning, increasing the hail size to around ping pong ball size. And I'm not necessarily surprised looking at radar here. You can clearly see we got some very, very high reflectivity values. We can go to our correlation coefficient or debris tracker. We're not using it for debris in this case. You can see the hail signal there east of Cedar Springs. I want to put on our hail tracker again. And again, near the Cedar Springs areas just east of Cedar Springs, like the Sheffield, Evans, and Harvard communities there in northeastern Kent County. This is a large hail signal for the potential of some larger hail. So again, if you are northeastern Kent County especially and into central Montcalm County, you need to be heading indoors right now. The storm is probably producing some fairly large hail. So again, greatest hail signal right now is passing just north of the Deer Tracks Junction Adventure Park. It is near Myers Lake Avenue Northeast, heading towards the Pine Lake area, near the Cedar Chase Golf Club. That's going to be heading towards 18 Mile Road. Also, Harvard Avenue. If you're in any of these areas I'm calling out, eventually the links at Bowen Lake, Bowen Lake, Spencer Forest area, Camp Anna Berens area is where this is heading towards as well. It's moving off to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour still. So, but again, this is our strongest storm right now, and it is probably producing some decent sized hail. Again, we've had reports of hail, at least small hail, in our area. And then quarter-size hail up in northern lower Michigan as well. I've seen several reports of quarter-size hail. So these are fairly good hail producers today. And again, we do also have a damaging wind threat. Again, we're still keeping an eye on other storms as well. These are currently not severe. We went over the storm northwest of the Lansing area already. We have another storm tracking into the Hastings area that's looking fairly strong. Actually, a couple cells there in Berry County. None of these are severe, but are likely producing at least some small hail, maybe some gusty winds. Also in Allegan County, we're watching this cell as well near the Door and Hopkins area. That's going to be heading on a northeasterly track. That could eventually take it in the southern portions of Kent County and also areas in northwest Berry County. So areas like Caledonia, Middleville, over towards the Corinth area. Eventually Cutlerville, possibly, Kentwood. Just some of the areas we might need to watch this cell as well. We are watching additional storms off to the west as well. In fact, there is a special marine warning. Offshore of Port Sheldon over towards Midlake is where we're watching this cell. Currently not severe. Well, it is severe. There's a special marine warning that's basically a severe thunderstorm warning over water is what a special marine warning is. And that is for large hail, wind gusts 34 knots and greater and large hail. And this is moving to the east at around 30 knots. So that's going to be around 35 to 40 miles per hour. So again, if you are in Port Sheldon, the Port Sheldon area in Ottawa County, potentially northern Allegan County as well, you might want to watch this storm as it moves off to the east and northeast. Warnings may eventually be required if this does hold together. But right now, our only severe thunderstorm warning is in effect again for northeastern Kent County and also central portions of Montcalm County. And this is for this severe thunderstorm that is likely at the very least producing some large hail, if not damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. But ping pong ball size hail is also our main concern with this storm. If you are seeing hail, especially in northeast Kent County, feel free to let us know if you can do so safely. Again, your priority right now is your safety. Do not go out in the middle of the storm trying to get hailstones or anything like that. You want to be inside that sturdy structure, preferably away from the windows. But after the storm passes and you know it's safe, if you can let us know how large the hail is, feel free to let us know. If you can get a picture with a measurement from something like a ruler or closest object that compares to, so something like a ping pong ball in this case, or, a quarter, or just some kind of object that you can compare it to, that would, or if you could take a measurement as well, that would be very helpful to us. If you can submit a photo of that with your report, that would be great. You can let us know in the chat what's going on. I am watching chat here. Or you can also go to our website at www.westmichiganweather.net/reports. And that is where you can submit those storm reports to us. Give me just a minute. I'll see if our command's working to... There we go. And I just posted a link to our report form on our website in the comments. Feel free to follow that link. If you can submit a report to us, that would be very helpful, not only to us, but we'll also pass it along to our friends at the National Weather Service. So again, we greatly appreciate any reports you can get to us if you can do so safely. Okay, so again, if you're just joining us here, I am Jacob Melton, Community Manager here at West Michigan Weather. We are live here for a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Kent County and also portions of Montcalm County. This is for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing hail up to ping pong ball size in diameter, along with 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And this warning does continue for the next 23 minutes until 4:45 p.m. Current time is we're approaching 4:22 p.m. here in the next couple of seconds. But again, if you're in northeastern Kent County and also central portions of Montcalm County, you need to be heading indoors. It does look like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to take us to the southeast. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in now for Berry and Eaton counties. That is likely for these pair of cells moving across central and southern Berry County. So areas like Hastings, down towards the Osira area, over towards Vickery Landing and Banfield. Just some of the areas in this severe thunderstorm warning. Also Nashville, Vermontville, the Woodland area, Bellevue, over towards the Calamo area, Sunfield. Just a few locations that are in this new severe thunderstorm warning. This warning is going to go until 5 o'clock p.m. So for the next 35 to 40 minutes or so until 5 o'clock p.m. This is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So again, we're going to pull up the warning text from the National Weather Service on this one. I do see there's a new special weather statement that came in for portions of Hillsdale County. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This was issued at 4:21 p.m. A new severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids for eastern Berry County and also western Eaton County. This goes until 5 o'clock p.m. At 4:21 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line from near Hastings to 8 miles northeast of Gull Lake, moving northeast at around 25 miles per hour. Again, hazard here is going to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Source on this is going to be radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations in the warning include Hastings, the Nashville area, Bellevue, the Osira area, Calamo, Olivet, Vermontville, Sunfield, Woodland, Banfield, Dowling, Woodbury, and Lacey. If you are in any of these in or near any of these areas I'm calling out, prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a straw building. Stay away from windows. All right, so again, this is for, I know it meant said a line of storms. This is really a situation where we have a pair of severe thunderstorms, one near the Hastings area, one near the Osira area. I want to do a storm track on both of these cells. Let me loop it real quick just so I get my bearings straight. All right. So again, we'll do a storm track on this one. Let me animate it real quick. All right, let me reset the track since we got a new scan in. This is from the strongest part of the storm, moving to the east-northeast at around 25 miles per hour. That's going to take it. Woodland, you have a few more minutes, but you need to be indoors right now in that sturdy structure. Eventually, the Sunfield area around 5:06 p.m., Mulliken around 5:16 p.m., and eventually the Portland area with time around 5:25 p.m. I'm going to also do a track for our southern storm. Give me just a moment to do that. And that's going to take it towards the Calamo area around 4:54, but do not wait. You need to be heading indoors right now. The Vermontville area around 5 o'clock. The Chester community around 5:09. Eventually the Charlotte area around 5:16. And Potterville eventually around 5:30 p.m. So again, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning as well, you need to be heading indoors, that sturdy structure, preferably away from the windows and on the lower floor of a building, just as the course of least regret. I do want to go southeast real quickly and cover our special weather statement that is in effect for portions of Hillsdale County. This is going to be the southwestern portion of the county. So areas like Montgomery, Camden, the Austin area as well, down near the Reading area, the Reading area. This is going to be for this stronger storm, currently not severe. Near the Angola area, And this is going to be moving to the northeast and into southwestern Hillsdale County. We'll have to watch this storm as well, as it could go severe threshold for large hail with damaging winds at a moment's notice. So we'll have to continue to keep an eye on that cell relatively quick. Jada Chadwick on Facebook is saying pea-sized hail in Hastings. Thank you for that, Jada. Greatly appreciate that report. I would not doubt that looking at the radar. I want to look at a couple products on this cell. Then we'll go back north to our other storm that is severe warned. Take a look. I know it says the debris tracker on the header. We're not using this for tornado debris, but we are seeing a hail signal heading towards the Nashville area. That is looking like a decent hail signal. Potentially. Okay, no, that's actually clear air. But west of the Osira area, we're seeing a hail signal. And then around the Hastings area, we're seeing a little bit of a hail signal as well. So I would not necessarily doubt the pea-sized hail there. So, and taking a look at Hail Tracker, I just pulled that up. I could definitely agree with that. Seeing this signal, and then down near the west of the Osira area, right along M37. So we're seeing a little bit better of a signal. So I do want to go back north real quick. I do want to take a look at our severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect for northeastern Kent County, along with central portions of Montcalm County. This does continue for the next 15 minutes or so for the potential of ping pong ball size hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. Greatest hail potential will be exiting northeast Kent County, over the next few minutes, heading in the direction of central Montcalm County. So if you are along M91, be aware with large hail, potentially large hail will be moving in your direction over the next few minutes. Take a look at reflectivity. We still got elevated reflectivity values in the purples, pinks, and even some white pixels in there. That is a sign of some larger hail. I want to take a look at our correlation coefficient. Still seeing a bit of a hail signal in there. I want to take a look at Hail Tracker on this one as well. Just one moment. We're still seeing elevated values on the Hail Tracker in northeast Kent County heading into central Montcalm County. So again, this will be heading out of Kent County within the next couple of minutes. But if you are in areas north of Greenville, over towards like Turk Lake, Langston, the Trufant area, eventually heading towards Stanton, although it is possible. Stanton, I would still remain inside as a course of least regret, but it is possible the larger hail may stay a touch to your northwest, but I would not chance it if you are in the Stanton area. I would still be heading indoors into that sturdy structure. Let the storm pass on by. Again, we are watching additional storms off to the west that might produce a severe threat as well. Again, so all right, they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning again. Fortunately, they have dropped the hail back from ping pong ball size as it was a few minutes ago. They have dropped it back down to quarter size hail. That is still severe threshold. That could still cause damage. So you'll still want to be inside, preferably away from those windows on the lower floors if you can get there. But again, they have lowered our hail potential from ping pong ball size to quarter size as the storm continues to move out of Kent County into Montcalm County. As this warning does continue for the next 15 minutes. It does look like we got a new warning coming in. This is going to be for portions of Clinton and Gratiot County. That is for this cell near the Riley area, near Fowler, heading in the area general direction to St. John's. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to go until 5:15 p.m. as it pops in on our crawl system. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15 p.m. for southeastern portions of Gratiot County and also northern and central portions of Clinton County. I'm going to pull up the warning text from the National Weather Service over here on my other computer. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Gratiot and northern Clinton counties. This is issued at 4:30 p.m. and is going to go until 5:15 p.m. At 4:30 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of St. John's, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Again, hazard of this one's going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source on this is going to be radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include St. John's, the Elsie area, Eureka, also Fowler, North Star, Westphalia, Maple Rapids, Ashley, the Pompeii area, and also Bannister. If you are in this area, prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building. Stay away from windows. Again, this is going to be for this storm near the Riley and Fowler areas, heading in the direction of St. John's over the next few minutes. We'll eventually pass north of St. John's and into southeastern Gratiot County, so areas like Ashley, Bannister especially. You'll definitely want to be keeping an eye on this. Let me go ahead and do a storm track on this one. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to loop it just to get my bearings straight. All right. Track it off to the northeast around 30 to 35 miles per hour is going to put it into the Ashley area around 5:07. If you were driving along Interstate 127 between, we'll say, Ithaca and DeWitt, or St. John's, I would get off US 127 and go ahead and at the nearest exit, go ahead and find some sturdy structure or a gas station canopy or something like to pull under. Let these storms pass on by. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Kent, Macassa, and Montcalm counties. We'll go over that in just a second. But again, if you're driving along US 127 between Ithaca and St. John's, if you can, I would get off the road and let the storm pass on by. I see this a lot, but if you do not, if you are caught out in the storm, do not stop under an overpass. All that does is block traffic and make the situation worse. So again, do not park under an over an underpass from a bridge or something. Do not block the roadway. Again, if you're caught out in it, the only thing you can really do is kind of just let it pass on by. Protect yourself the best you can, but do not block the roadways by parking under bridges and stuff like that. So again, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now coming in. This is going to be for northeastern Kent, a small portion of northeastern Kent. That is replacing this warning that is going to expire in the next few minutes. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. They have increased the hail size back to ping pong ball size on this new warning. And this is also for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that goes for the next 40 minutes or until 5:15 p.m. So this does include a small portion of northeastern Kent County, most of Montcalm County, and also southeastern portions of Macasta County. So areas like Remus, Millbrook, Lakeview, Edmore, McBride, Stanton, the Crystal area, Sheridan, Greenville. You're technically in this new warning as well, but I think the strongest part of the storm's passing off to your north. However, you should still be inside. There's still downpours. There's still lightning. But if you're in any of these areas I'm calling out, from Lakeview, Edmore, McBride, Stanton, Sydney, up towards Millbrook and Remus, you need to be heading indoors right now. This is a stronger storm capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I will pull up our warning text here from the National Weather Service. And again, that is going to be for northeastern Kent County. Although if you are in northeastern Kent County, this particular storm is leaving your area. Still remain inside with lightning in the area, but the strongest part of this storm is really moving into Montcalm County at this point. Southeastern Macasta County and also Montcalm County. This goes until 5:15 p.m. once again, in case you missed that. At 4:33 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Morley to 5 miles east of Greenville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard with this is going to be ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Source is going to be radar indicated. impact people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Also expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. These storms are producing large hail. Seek shelter now in a sturdy building, inside a sturdy structure, and stay away from the windows. Let the storm pass on by. It is moving northeast at around 30 miles per hour. So again, I want to do a storm track on this particular storm. We'll do a storm track on it. Carry it off to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. Gonna take it into the Six Lakes. If you're in Lakeview, your time is just about up. You need to be indoors right now. Heavy rainfall, hail, damaging winds, and frequent cloud ground lightning are moving in as I speak to you here. If you are in Six Lakes, it'll be in your area around 5 o'clock. But again, do not wait. You need to be heading indoors right now. Also, the Edmore area around 5:07, and then this will eventually be tracking towards the Mount Pleasant area if it holds together around 5:44, 5:45 p.m. or so. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast as well. Additional warnings may be required for Isabella and potentially northern portions of Gratiot County as well. As these storms continue to lift off to the northeast, I do see we have an update coming in to our severe thunderstorm warning for Berry and Eaton counties. Taking a look at these storms, it is still warned for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I will say, looking at radar, I do think the southern of the two storms, so near the Nashville area, is where I'm seeing a little bit better of a reflectivity signal for large hail. I do want to take a look at velocities for some gusty winds, maybe a little bit of spin as well. Take a look at that near the Dowling area. That could be a little bit of spin. There is just enough shear to where we'll be watching. In case you missed our briefing earlier this morning, our primary threats here is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Is going to be damaging winds and hail, I should say. But there is enough low-level shear out there, enough low-level spin that could support our low-end isolated tornado threat. That is going to be more in far southwest lower Michigan, in my opinion. But we'll be watching any of these cells up towards the I-96 corridor as well, especially. Just in case something does try to spit up. We're watching maybe a little bit of weak rotation east of the Dowling area. However, nothing significant there. We're not imminently concerned of a tornado threat, but something we'll just be watching. But again, back to reflectivity on this storm, I definitely think if you are in the Woodland area, if you are in northeastern Berry County, still be aware of this storm, but I think the southern of the two storms towards the Nashville area is kind of taking a little bit the stronger of the two, more likely to produce large hail. But if you're in Vermontville, Nashville, the Calamo area, you definitely want to be heading indoors right now in that sturdy structure away from the windows. I see some questions about the St. John's area. St. John's, the thick of this particular storm's on your doorstep right now. If it's entering, especially the north side of town, is where I'm seeing the greater hail signal. Up by where business US 127 goes to US 127 is where I'm seeing the greatest hail signal over towards Kinley Road. There's not much of a tornado. I'm not concerned about really a tornado threat with this storm. This is mainly damaging straight line winds and especially large hail, I think, is a bigger concern. Damaging winds is definitely a concern, but I'm a little more concerned about hail of this storm. Take a look at our hail tracker. I am seeing an elevated large hail signal heading into the St. John's area. So if you are in St. John's, as long as you're indoors in that sturdy structure, as long as you're away from the windows, you will make it out okay. Preferably on the lower floors, or you could hang out there for just a little bit. As long as you do that, as long as you stay away from those windows, you'll make it out okay. But it's definitely very, very heavy downpours likely ongoing, along with frequent cloud ground lightning, gusty to damaging winds, and likely some hail. The best signal again showing up on the north side of St. John's, up towards where business 127 and US 127 merge. So again, this is moving off to the northeast. We'll eventually be moving towards the Duplain area, Elsie, also Ashley and Bannister as well, in southeast Gratiot County. That is where our concern is next for this storm if it continues to hold together for the potential large hail and damaging winds. Thank you for that, Erica. Let us know. Let us know what's going on over there if you can. If you can do so safely. Again, so if you are I'm going to do a general reset of the situation. If you are just joining our coverage here, we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing across the area, mainly for the potential of large hail and damaging winds. We have warnings in effect for all or for portions of the following counties: Mecosta, Montcalm, technically a small area in northeastern Kent County, but the strongest storms have exited Kent County for the moment, at least with that complex. We also have warnings in effect for portions of Gratiot and Clinton County, and also Berry and Eaton counties. Portions of those counties are in severe thunderstorm warnings as well. We're also still watching this cell, not literally looking as impressive as it was a little bit ago, down in southwestern Hillsdale County, near the Camden and Austin communities. I would not rule out maybe some small hail of this storm, maybe some gustier winds. However, it is currently not severe, and it actually, looking at radar, is kind of weakening a little bit of eastward extent. We'll be watching this one nonetheless too, but really as concerned about this cell at the moment as it continues to show a weakening signal in the latest radar updates. Passing along a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Clinton and Gratiot County. We got new information coming in from the National Weather Service. They're just updating our severe thunderstorm warning. It continues for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At 4:43 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near the St. John's area, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard continues to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source on this is going to be radar indicated. Some impacts expected again. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. If you are in northern Clinton County and especially southeastern Gratiot County, you need to be heading indoors right now. Prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move to a shelter inside a strong building and away from the windows. All right, some more information coming in. This is within the last couple of minutes in the Kentwood area. This will be southern Kent County. I have pea-size hail. See a report from the public of pea-size hail. Near the Kentwood area. This was at 4:41 p.m. So just within the last few minutes. This is not a severe thunderstorm in the Kentwood area, but looking at radar here, I can definitely see the pea-size hail report. That's definitely not surprised at that. Looking at reflectivity, some of the purples showing up here, right over Kentwood, right over Princeton Estates sub area. That's we heading in the general direction of East Paris, Eastmont, the Ada area. It's right near the Gerald R. Ford International Airport area. It's passing, in fact, right over the National Weather Service office, or it will be within the next couple of minutes. That's eventually going to track towards, as it lifts off to the northeast, the Ada area, the Grattan area, the Virginius Township, and Lowell. You'll want to keep an eye on this as well. Erica says grape size hail in St. John's. Thank you for that, Erica. Again, if you could go to our website, I'll put the link in chat again. If you could go to our website and submit a storm report, if you are able to, that would be great. I just put the link in chat. But thank you for letting us know what's going on there. Again, this is near the St. John's area is where this is. So this is going to be with this storm here in heading through northern Clinton County, heading in the direction of southeastern Gratiot County. I do want to go back to our northern storm real quick. Again, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Mecosta and Montcalm County. They did drop that northeastern portion of Kent County that was in the warning. Previously, they have dropped northeastern Kent County as the storms have moved out of that area. However, if you are in Montcalm County, particularly central and northern Montcalm County especially, you'll still want to be aware of this. If you're in Greenville, you have been taken out of the warning. Sheridan, just some areas that are out of the warning now, but still be aware additional storms are possible. But if you're in Stanton, McBride, Edmore, Lakeview, you're in the thick of this thing right now. You're likely seeing potentially large hail. Up to around quarter size. They did drop it back down from ping pong ball size again. It's back down to quarter size. Then we still have potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But if you are in the Lakeview and Six Lakes area especially, that is where I'm seeing the greatest signals, at least on reflectivity, for some larger hail. Especially over Lakeview, heading into Six Lakes in the next few minutes. Millbrook and Remus as well. Some concern is elevated for some larger hail, so you definitely want to be indoors in that sturdy structure, preferably away from the windows. Let this thing pass on by. It is continuing to move northeast at around 30 miles per hour. So it'll be, and it's in the Lakeview area now, heading into Six Lakes. It'll be in Millbrook and Remus probably in the next several minutes. So, again, I am still watching some of these other cells that are currently not severe. One west of the Mount Pleasant area in Isabella County. Also a couple others, including one right near the Gratiot and Isabella County line. So areas like Coe, north of St. Louis, north of Alma's, one of these stronger cells are showing some elevated signals for hail. Another cell currently not severe west of Alma over the Elwell area, heading towards Forest Hill community. Be watching that one as well. Again, our main concern right now is with our free severe thunderstorm warnings we have in effect. This first one to the north is in effect for southeastern Mecosta County and also central and northern portions of Montcalm County. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clinton and Gratiot counties, northern Clinton and southeastern portions of Gratiot County. That is going to be for this storm where the hail core is now exiting the St. John's area. Near the Duplain and Eureka communities, that's going to be heading towards Elsie, Bannister, and also potentially Ashley in the next several minutes. So you definitely want to be remaining inside in these areas as well. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect for portions of Berry and Eaton counties. That is going to be for the potential of continuing potential for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Looking at radar here, I think the greatest hail potential is going to be over the Nashville area right now. That's where I'm seeing some of our highest reflectivity signals. I want to take a look at some other products, such as our correlation coefficient, where I'm seeing some definite hail signals there. I'll throw on our hail tracker real quick. Just a second to do that. Again, that is showing the elevated large hail signal near the Nashville area, passing over Nashville right now. Heading into Vermontville over the next few minutes. I'll go through the hail tracker of these other storms as well. Again, greatest hail signal here is in northeastern Clinton County, heading out of St. John's. Towards the Duplain area, we'll be heading to the Elsie, Ashley, and Bannister areas over the next several minutes. As this storm continues to move off to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. Going further to the north in Montcalm and Mecosta counties, our greatest hail signal here is near the Lakeview area, heading towards Remus and Millbrook. I'm seeing questions about Plainwell. Plainwell, you are in the clear right now. However, storms are still possible in the Plainwell area. You do remain in the severe thunderstorm watch, and I am seeing this complex of storms off to the west that's beginning to organize a little bit more. So Plainwell, definitely remain on guard at least for the next couple of hours. At the very least, your storm threat is not over, even though it's not raining there right now. So keep an eye on this complex off to the west as it continues to develop. That could eventually bring a storm threat to the Plainwell area within the next couple of hours or so. Again, taking a general reset of the situation here. This is Jacob Melton. If you're just joining us, I'm Jacob Melton. I'm live here with West Michigan weather this afternoon as we continue to cover the severe weather situation. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for portions of Mecosta, Macomb, Gratiot, Clinton, and also Berry and Eaton counties. These are for severe thunderstorms that have had a history of producing hail, or at least the potential of large hail, and also the potential for damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. I want to take a look behind the scenes real quick. I'll pull up the consumer's outage map behind the scenes. Luckily, I'm not seeing too many in the way of power outages right now, which is a little bit of good news. That might mean that the potential for damaging winds may not, that those winds that are up above may not necessarily be mixing down to the surface, which that would be good news. However, the hail potential is definitely still there, and you could still have gusty winds even if they are below severe limits. But just not seeing too many in the way of power outages right now. Looking behind the scenes on the consumer's map, we do hope that continues to remain the case as we head throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on that as well behind the scenes. But again, we're focusing on our severe thunderstorm warnings. We are watching this cell over the lake still west of Port Sheldon. Special marine warning there continues for the next 20 minutes for the potential of large hail and winds to 40 knots. So again, we'll be watching this cell. If you are in Port Sheldon, Ferrysburg as well, you'll want to be keeping an eye on this storm. If it does hold together, severe thunderstorm warnings may be required, at least for portions of Ottawa County. If this does continue to hold together, we'll be keeping an eye on that one closely. I do want to go through our warnings again. We'll start with our northern warning. This is in effect for central and northern portions of Macomb County and also southeastern Mecosta County. Greatest hail signal of this one, I will say reflectivity has backed off just a little bit from what we've been seeing earlier of these storms. But if you're in Lakeview, the storm is beginning to exit right now. You're still likely seeing some downpours, maybe some smaller hail. But the hail will really be beginning to exit Montcalm County over the next few minutes, heading into southeastern Mecosta County, so areas like Remus and Millbrook. You'll want to be aware of that. If you are in Six Lakes, Edmore, it's likely picking up right now. You're likely seeing heavy downpours, maybe some hail, and gusty to damaging winds. In fact, take a look at velocities here. I have seen a little bit of an elevated signal for maybe some of those gusty to damaging winds near the Six Lakes area, near Edmore. I'm seeing velocities of 50 to 60 miles per hour in this area, given this is a 2,000 to 3,000 feet up from the radar. So if is it reaching the ground? Maybe, maybe not, but I would not chance it. I would treat it like it is reaching the ground, and you'll want to definitely be inside right now. Definitely be inside that sturdy structure, not only for the wind, but for the potential of hail as well, and very heavy downpours and frequent cloud ground lightning at the very least. So again, we also have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for northern Clinton County and also southeastern Gratiot County. Strongest part of this storm right now is near the Duplain area, heading towards Elsie. If you are in Bannister as well, you definitely want to be indoors. Ashley, definitely be indoors as the course of least regret, but I think the strongest part may pass to the south and east of Ashley. However, definitely still remain inside there in the Ashley area, just as the course of least regret. Okay, just checking some new information that's not related. Okay. And then we do also still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. As I go down to our south and east, go down to the southwest of that storm. If you are in eastern Barry and also western Eaton counties, we continue with severe thunderstorm warnings. The strongest storm right now is near the Vermontville area, past Nashville, heading into Vermontville, be heading into the Shaytown, Little Venice communities, eventually Mulligan, Gresham, the Chester area, Needmore, those communities as well. As this continues to lift off to the northeast, also eventually Sunfield and Mulligan, you'll want to be watching this as well. I do think new warnings may eventually be required if it continues to hold together. Again, similar story. The reflectivity is backed off slightly, but don't get me wrong, it could still be producing some large hail up to quarter size and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Hastings, you're seeing another storm come on in. Not severe at this time. We'll be watching it closely though. Just some heavy downpours, maybe another round of small hail. And then we're also watching storms in Kent County that are currently not severe, but could be producing some smaller hail near the Ada, down towards the Whitneyville area. That's going to be heading in the general direction of Virginius Township, the Lowell area, Fallisburg, also towards the Alton area, the Grattan area as well, Cannonsburg, the Parnell community. Definitely be watching this storm as well. Again, it's currently not severe, but could be producing some smaller hail. So again, we do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings. We do still currently have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Again, for portions of Mecosta, Montcalm, Clinton, Gratiot, and Barry and Eaton counties. This is going to be for the potential of, most of these are warned for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Some of these other storms that are not severe warned could very well be producing some smaller hail and gusty winds. And we are watching additional storms off to the west that might produce a severe threat as well over the next few hours as a front continues to move off to the east. That'll be heading on shore. That'll be kind of the final push for the night of severe weather that is generally expected between the 6 and 9 p.m. time frame. According to information earlier from the National Weather Service out of Grand Rapids, we are watching some of these other storms over southern portions of the lake. So west of St. Joseph, we're watching these storms. These are not severe or anything at the moment, but we are watching them. Take a look at some of our other products. There could be a little bit of spin with these storms we are watching over the lake. There's no special marine warnings or weather statements or anything like that in effect right now on them, but we'll be watching them as well, especially as they continue to move on shore. They are going to continue our severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be from Mecosta and Montcalm counties. Good news is if you are in areas such as Stanton and Sydney, you have been taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning. This is primarily for the Edmore, Six Lakes, over towards Millbrook and Remus. Lakeview, the storm's heading off to your east. You'll definitely want to hang out inside for a few more minutes, just with the lightning potential in the area. But the strongest part of those storms are moving off to your east. And some more, they have dropped the hail again from quarter size to penny size. So that is below severe threshold now on the hail, which makes sense with the reflectivity values we've been seeing. They've been kind of dropping off over the last several minutes. This is primarily a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust concern at this point. And velocities continue to indicate an elevated potential for damaging winds up to around 60 miles per hour. Taking a look at velocities here, I'm seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour velocities near the Edmore area. That is going to be heading in the general direction of areas, especially just to the north of Vestaburg. And that will also be moving into Isabella and maybe northwestern Gratiot County as well. So definitely be keeping an eye on this as it continues to lift off to the east, northeast, I should say. I would not rule out severe thunderstorm warnings soon for at least for portions of Isabella and maybe Gratiot counties. As this one continues to lift off to the northeast, take a look at this storm northwest of Mount Pleasant near Lake Isabella. This is showing a little bit of elevated hail signals as well, so we'll definitely be watching this one over the next several minutes as well. Some good news, if you're in Clinton and Gratiot counties, the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Clinton and Gratiot counties. The storm has kind of weakened below severe limits. There's still some potential for small hail near the LC area. I still can't rule out some gusty winds, but near the LC, Ashley, and Bannister areas. But this storm is now below severe limits. I would still not rule out some small hail, gusty winds, and some frequent ground lightning. But they have determined, the National Weather Service has determined the severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning is weakened. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until 11 p.m. for south central and central Michigan. Again, we're still watching this storm near the Vermontville area now. It is heading into western Eaton County. Really northwestern Eaton County, I should say. They have let the warning on this has expired. I am curious if a new warning will be coming out in the next few minutes for this one. But nonetheless, definitely still some signals for hail near the Vermontville area. That is continuing to lift off to the northeast and will be in the general direction of Sunfield and Mulliken within the next 10-20 minutes or so. We're watching other storms again that are tracking across Berry and Kent counties that are currently not severe, but could definitely still be producing some small hail. Let me see. All right. If you are in Isabella County, they are not going with a severe thunderstorm warning. They are going with a special weather statement. A new special weather statement will be coming in for Isabella County. This is going to be for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. So the special weather statement in this case is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. Just saying this is a stronger storm lifting northeast. And we'll be heading into Isabella County. It's not severe. At least right now it's not. But again, wind gusts to 50 miles per hour and penny-sized hail will be possible. That'll be moving into the Mount Pleasant area over the next little bit. There is this note in the statement that states that these storms may intensify, so be certain to monitor local radio stations and available television stations or streaming sources such as us for additional information and possible warnings from the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 11 p.m. for central Michigan. Again, Isabella County, you're not in the severe thunderstorm watch, but just be aware of the storm as it continues to lift off to the northeast. It's not severe, at least not right now, as it continues to lift off to the northeast. I am getting this report here for, this is going to be 4 miles to the southeast of Cedar Springs. This is going to be near Cedar Springs at 4:14 p.m. So this was a little bit ago. We had quarter-sized hail being reported by a trained spotter. 4 miles to the southeast of Cedar Springs. So again, this was quarter-sized hail that did end up falling in Kent County around 4:14 or 4:15 p.m. or so, we'll say. So this is about 45-50 minutes ago is when this quarter-sized hail did fall. That is severe threshold. We can actually put on our storm reports here. It should pop up on a map. Past hour. Yes, there it is. This was in the area of near the North Kent Golf Course. Is where this hail report was. 1 inch in diameter hail, so that is quarter size. So again, if you're just joining us here, I am Jacob Mountain, taking a general look at the radar. We continue with severe weather coverage this afternoon. Going to be heading into the evening, likely with additional severe weather coverage. But we are continuing to watch these strong to severe thunderstorms currently tracking across West Michigan. We've had several severe thunderstorm warnings due to concerns for large hail and damaging winds to around 60 miles per hour. Again, we have reports coming in now from northeastern Kent County of hail a quarter size in diameter. I see another report here that's just coming in now. This was around 4:19 p.m. Some additional quarter size hail that was reported west of Greenville. Um, Actually, this was an earlier report. I just now noticed this, but again, we've had several reports in northeastern Kent County of some quarter size hail. Speaking of hail, I am seeing some concerns with this cell. This is going to be in eastern Kent County near the Grattan area, where I'm seeing some concerns for hail near Parnell. I'm seeing some elevated reflectivity values here. That could be a signal, definitely some hail there. Taking a look at correlation coefficient, we're seeing some hail signals there. And I want to put on our hail tracker real quick as well. Yes, we are seeing an elevated signal for large hail near the Grattan area. That is going to be lifting off to the northeast. So if you are in Belding, Greenville again, you were in a warning a little bit ago, be aware of this cell as well that is lifted off to the northeast. I do think warnings, if this keeps up, may be required for portions of likely eastern Kent, Montcalm again, and also Ionia counties. If this cell continues to keep up, definitely at least some small hail ongoing with that. Likely looking at Doppler radar signatures. Take a look at velocity. Not really seeing too much concern in terms of damaging wind right now. However, that is something we may have to keep an eye on as well as this continues to lift off to the northeast. But if you are in the Parnell, Grattan areas, right over the Round Lake area is where I'm seeing this a little bit elevated hail signal. Elevated signal for hail, I should say. So, yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on this for the next several minutes. There's no warning on it yet, but just a heads up in the Belding and Greenville area, we are seeing some signals for hail that will be moving in over the next several minutes. We are watching this area near just east of Lowell as well. Again, some elevated reflectivity values. That's going to be heading towards the Saranac area, Fallisburg, eventually the Orleans, Woods Corner, potentially Ionia areas as well. And some gusty wind signals there as well that we'll be watching as well. Take a look at some of our other storms further to the south across southern Ionia, northeastern Barry, and western Eaton counties. None of these storms are severe at the moment. However, still some small hail signals at the very least, maybe some gusty winds and heavy rainfall. And then we continue to watch storms off to our west as well. In fact, there's a new special marine warning that has been issued that does extend along the Lake Michigan shoreline from Port Sheldon to Ferrysburg up towards Norton Shores, Roosevelt Park, near Roosevelt Park as well. This is going to be a special marine warning that continues for large hail, greater than 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and also winds to 40 knots, so 40 to 50 mile per hour, 45 to 50 mile per hour winds will be possible with these storms as well. The special marine warning, in case you are wondering, is effectively a severe thunderstorm warning over water. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on these storms as they continue to lift off to the northeast. In fact, I want to go ahead and do. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, never mind. That's not new. They're expiring the severe thunderstorm warning for Mecosta and Montcalm County. They are letting this warning expire. As the storm's really moving out, especially Montcalm County. It's still in southeastern Mecosta County, but this is really moving into Isabella County, especially the strongest part of the storm. Really moving into Isabella County at this point, where they have opted not to go over severe thunderstorm warning, but rather a special weather statement. So, yeah. We'll be continuing to watch this activity relatively closely, just in case it does go severe again as it's crossing Isabella County. But I do want to go back to our We will in the next couple of minutes, assuming we don't get a warning for this activity near the Grattan area. We will have no active severe thunderstorm warnings, but probably not going to go anywhere, at least for the next few minutes. I just want to see what the Weather Service does with this activity near Grattan, because this is still an elevated reflectivity signal I'm seeing here. Take a look at some of our other products. Take a look at, well, it says debris tracker on the header. In this case, we're not using it for tornado debris, but rather hail detection. Definitely still seeing some elevated signals for hail there. I'll also throw on our hail tracker product. Going to that, we're still seeing a signal for hail near the Grattan area. It is elevated, so it is up there in terms of the signal. So we'll be watching that as well over the next few minutes. I do want to go ahead and do our storm track that I was going to do before that warning update came in. This is going to be for the storms offshore of Lake Michigan shoreline, near the ferries, west of Ferrysburg, west of Norton Shores, north and west of Port Sheldon. I want to track this off to the northeast. It's moving at around 35 miles per hour. Okay, so it's going to be in the Ferrysburg area around 5:53, Fruitport around 6:01, Sullivan around 6:11, Wolf Lake around 6:12, and Coopersville around 6:15 p.m. or so. That is going to be for this cell right here that we are watching. It is over the lakes right now. It is over Lake Michigan right now. But with the special marine warning and some of the signals we've been seeing for it, in terms of reflectivity, we're still seeing elevated signals for hail. Velocity is not really looking all that impressive. Debris tracker or correlation coefficient, not really super impressive there. I want to go to our hail tracker though. And there is still a signal for hail there over Lake Michigan right now. So we'll definitely be continuing to watch this over the next several minutes as it lifts off to the northeast. I do also want to pass along this report. This was at 5:12. This report came in at 5:03 p.m. This is 2 miles to the south of Freeport. This is going to be in Berry County. We've had a report of pea-size hail. This was at 5:03 p.m. west of the Carlton area. That's where this report was. So not severe or anything, but definitely still at least some small hail ongoing with this complex based on that report. And we're going to hang out just for a little bit while longer at the very least. Just with some of these reflectivity signals I'm seeing, I just don't want to go off the air and then have to come right back on 30 seconds later when we have a new severe warning be issued. So we'll just hang out here for the next little bit, just kind of watch some of these signals for at least small hail to continue. First one is near the east of the Grattan area now is where we're seeing that. That's going to be heading in the extreme northwestern corner of Ionia County and really in the southwest Montcalm County. So this is going to be a heads up for areas near Greenville again. We're watching this cell as well. That could definitely still be producing some hail just in case it does go severe warned. We are watching this complex as well. A little bit of a weakening trend noted there. As it went through Lowell near Saranac, a little bit of a weakening trend. Also watching some storms in southwestern Ionia and northeastern Berry County. If you're north of Nashville, I'm seeing an elevated hail signal there. Take a look at hail tracker on it. Definitely not large hail, but definitely they're elevated, but they're not the strongest signals I've ever seen. So, but near Nashville, near Freeport, where we did have that pea-size hail report, definitely still some signals for hail. I will say it. If I play hail tracker header back on, we've got a new scan in. It is a little bit more elevated north of Nashville, so I really think that's going to be the one to watch for the next several minutes. Take a look at velocity. I'm not really seeing anything too concerning there. Gusty winds are certainly still a possibility. Not seeing anything concerning in terms of damaging winds, at least for the moment. Again, I think our main focus is going to be turning off to our west as these storms that are currently over Lake Michigan, they continue to move off to the east. We'll definitely be watching these cells as they continue to lift off to the east and northeast. Just again for the potential of hail and damaging winds. And also, especially in far southwest lower Michigan, uh, we are watching a little bit higher of a tornado threat. Particularly across areas near and southwest of Kalamazoo, so areas like St. Joseph, Dowagiac, uh, Cassopolis as well. We'll be watching for a little bit more of a tornado threat here. It's still on the lower end of things, but can't rule out a spin up tornado or two with any cells that form in this region. Just a little bit better low level wind shear in that area. Take a look at this cell over the lake. It's still generally broadly rotating. I'm not seeing a definitive signal of a water spout or anything like that. But we'll be watching this one as well as it continues to move off to the east, maybe a touch northeast as well. Getting a few more hail reports in near the Trufant area. This is going to be in Kent County. This was at 4:27 p.m. 4 miles to the southwest of Trufant. This is going to be in northeast Kent County. A train spotter reporting a half-inch hail, half-inch diameter hail. This was around 4:27 p.m. So a little less than an hour ago. Again, as these storms continue to lift off to the northeast, they are currently not severe, although they very well could at a moment's notice. Still, but our main concern here is going to be small hail and gusty winds, along with frequent cloud-to-ground lightning at the very least, as these continue to lift off to the east and northeast. And in Gratiot County, we're seeing eastern Gratiot County, east of the North Star area, east of Ithaca. We're seeing a little bit, maybe some small hail near the Gratiot Saginaw State Game area. Does look like we got a new marine weather statement coming in. Stand by, let me see what's going on with that. I don't see anything new with that. The marine weather statement. I don't see a new one. Okay, I see it now. Okay, I see it now. It was for the cell near St. Joseph. Just took a second for me to see it kind of blended in with the severe thunderstorm watch there. But again, this is for this cell near St. Joseph, northwest of St. Joseph, heading towards the South Haven area. They are putting out a new marine weather statement. That's just a step below a special marine warning. Just give it a heads up to mariners or boaters and whatnot. Just be aware of this storm producing winds to around 30 knots and small hail, moving in the northeast at 25 knots. I do want to go ahead and do a storm track on this one real quick. With it heading on shore soon, so around 35 miles per hour. This will be heading into the Covert area around 6:11, South Haven around 6:15, Bangor area around 6:24, and Lee area around 6:31. Just an early heads up for those areas. If this storm continues to strengthen, severe thunderstorm warnings may become necessary. Going back inland, taking a look at this cell, southwest of Greenville. This is not a severe thunderstorm, but just with some of the reflectivity values I'm seeing, we're still seeing values up to 70 dBz, southwest of the Greenville area. I just want to take a look at a few products here, make sure we're not still seeing on the correlation coefficient some signals of hail. Put out our hail tracker. Still a decent signal there for hail. Heading further south, we're seeing another signal for hail near Nashville. Again, that matches up with reflectivity. Definitely still some signals there. Again, this is what kind of why I'm just hanging out for the moment. I don't want to have a new severe thunderstorm warning come in right when I go off air. All right, around 5 minutes ago, I do want to have a new report to pass along. Okay, this is near the Clarksville area, so that's going to be with this complex of storms. Currently not severe, but we do have hail report of 7/10 of a diameter, so it's gonna be around dime size hail or so. So dime to penny size hail with this one near the Clarksville area. So areas like Saranac, Berlin Center, South Ionia, heading towards Ionia eventually as well. Just be aware of this storm. It's not severe at the moment. However, just with that report of 7/10 of diameter, 7/10 of an inch in diameter hail near the Clarksville area, just be aware of that. Around dime to penny size hail may still be possible with these storms. Continuing to watch these storms. Over Lake Michigan, we still have the special marine warning that is in effect for areas for the lakeshore waters and offshore of Ferrysburg, offshore of Norton Shores, offshore of Port Sheldon as well. I will say reflectivity is not as impressive as it was in recent scans. However, just keep an eye on it as well, just in case it does pick back up a little bit as it approaches on shore. If anyone is watching in the Greenville area, you'll have to let us know what's going on in the last few minutes if you can. Just with some of these reflectivity values, there's still not a severe thunderstorm warning. There's not even a special weather statement. But just with some of these reflectivity values I'm seeing, we're still seeing values here approaching 70 dBz. So in the Greenville area, if anyone is watching, let us know what's going on as this storm passes on by. It's not a severe thunderstorm, but definitely at the very least, small hail. Definitely some small hail at the very least will be possible, along with gusty winds, frequent lightning. Again, strongest hail signal right now, I'll put on our hail trackers. We just to the south of Greenville, right near the Greenville Municipal Airport area is where we're watching. We're seeing this elevated signal once again. So definitely be watching this over the next several minutes. It's heading, especially into the south side of Greenville right now, is where I'm seeing the greatest signals for hail. Heading into the south, especially the south side of Greenville right now, is where I'm continuing to see the greatest signal for hail. Looking further north, we're kind of keeping an eye on these across Mason and Oceana County. Nothing super concerning there. You're not in the severe thunderstorm watch. There's no warnings or statements or anything like that, but just still some signal of some small hail potentially near the Scottville area, near Ware, heading towards Elbridge. Well, just north of the Elbridge area. That's taking a look at the motion on this, lifting off to the east-northeast. So heads up for areas like Baldwin, Sauble, Peacock, as well as it moves into Lake County. You're not under a warning or anything like that at the moment, but just maybe some small hail. I can't rule out some gusty winds, along with downpours and frequent cloudy ground lightning. Heading back further to the south, we are watching this near Greenville, still continuing to show some elevated potential for hail. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning? Let me see what that's about. Cass County, Indiana. Okay. That's for down south in northern Indiana. Okay, so just mainly watching this activity here. Moving across southwest Montcalm County near Greenville. Over towards across Ionia County, heading into northwestern Eaton County. Just seeing some signals here that are kind of keeping me on just for a little bit longer on the air, just a little bit longer, just to make sure we're not seeing, just to make sure I don't have a severe thunderstorm warning come in right when I go off the air. Just seeing some signals that we could still be seeing some hail being produced. At the very least, some smaller hail. Like this signal, heading into the Sunfield area right now. If anyone is watching in Sunfield or northeastern Eaton or northwestern Eaton County, I should say, let us know what you're seeing there. Just take a look at some of our products. I'm seeing the elevated signal for hail. So this is our correlation coefficient. Seeing a little bit of hail signal. Reflectivity showing it really good. If you're in Greenville, largest hail now is passing through the east side. If there is indeed, there's definitely some hail falling. Whether it's large or not remains to be seen. But near the Glencarry golf course is where I'm seeing the best signal for hail right now. Heading towards Eureka Place, the Eureka Place area is where I'm seeing the better signal for potential large hail at the moment. Again, we still don't have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. But with this hail tracker signal, I do think a warning, if it's not issued already, may be coming in soon for portions of Montcalm County. So areas like Sheridan, Sidney, Stanton again, you'll have to definitely be keeping an eye on this. I could see a warning potentially being issued here in the next few minutes for portions of Montcalm County. Just with that hail tracker signal, with our reflectivity signal we've been seeing, I would not be surprised to see a warning come in. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like it's going to be coming in now. This is kind of why I've been staying on the air. Just in case we did have this come in, this is going to be for portions of Clare and Isabella counties. Clare and Isabella County. Let me go to the Gaylord radar. That might show it a touch better. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning that has come in for eastern portions of Clare County and also northeastern Isabella County. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This warning is going to go until 6:15 p.m. So again, a new severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Isabella and eastern Clare counties. Again, this goes until 6:15 p.m. This was issued at 5:28 p.m. At 5:27 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over the Rosebush area, or 6 miles north of Mount Pleasant, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Again, hazard of this again is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and also quarter-size hail. Source on this is going to be radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. And just reading some new information we'll go over in a little bit. Probably a little bit later once the severe warnings are done. But this is going to be related to the excessive rainfall threat for tomorrow, but it looks like a moderate risk has been issued for excessive rainfall. That does include a portion of West Michigan. I will cover that a little bit later today once we get the severe weather out of here, but just wanted to mention that. But again, going back to our severe thunderstorm warning, let me pull that back up. Again, the primary hazards of this storm is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source is going to be radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Mount Pleasant, especially north side of Mount Pleasant, the Clare area, Rosebush, Springwood Lakes, Bailey Lake, Five Lakes, Delwyn, the Loomis area, Beale City, the Mount Pleasant Municipal Airport area, and Dodgen Town Line. If you are in these areas I'm calling out, prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building. Stay away from windows. Again, so this is going to be associated with this complex of storms over the Rosebush area now. I want to put on hail tracker real quick, see what that's looking like. I'm actually seeing a couple areas we're watching for large hail. One over the northwest side of Mount Pleasant, This is a little bit delayed. The scan was at 5:21, so about 10 minutes behind. So that's heading right over to Saginaw, Chippewa Nation area. And then another hail signal east of Mount Pleasant. That's going to be near the Isabella Midland County line. That's going to be heading towards heading to the north. So again, if you're in Rosebush, you're likely starting to see some larger hail begin to pick up potentially up to quarter size in diameter. That's going to be heading towards Clare. Clare, there's a little bit of a smaller hail signal near there already, but we got to be watching this as it lifts off to the north. Just in case, just for the potential of large hail and damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. Taking a look at this from the Grand Rapids radar, same general idea. Take a look at velocities. I'm seeing 40 to 50 mile per hour velocities. That is several thousand feet up, though. So whether that's all reaching the ground remains to be seen. But nonetheless, at least the potential for large hail up to quarter size in diameter as this continues to lift off to the northeast. Let me track it off to the northeast. Yeah, this is moving at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Doesn't look like we're getting location. So, Scottish Hills Club. This is going to be in western Granville County around 608. But again, if you're in Clare, if you're east of Harrison especially, if you're in Rosebush, if you're in Wise, if you're near the Saginaw Chippewa Nation area, this is where the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for. This is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts again and quarter size hail. This warning does go until 6:15. This is the only warning in our coverage area for the moment. I do see we have a new special marine warning. I did mention this might ramp up a little bit, and it appears it has. This is a special marine warning that is basically a severe thunderstorm warning over water, in case you're wondering what that is. But a new special marine warning. This is going to be for the near shore and open waters from St. Joseph to Holland. This is going to go until 6:30. A severe thunderstorm was located 11 nautical miles northwest of St. Joseph Light, moving northeast at 30 knots. Wind gusts to 40 knots and large hail will be our concern with this storm. And take a look at reflectivity. I could definitely see the large hail signal. Again, offshore of South Haven. That'll be moving towards the South Haven area with time. And also Covert. Also Crystal Beach, Wildwood, Indian Grove. Also Braywood, Lake Michigan Beach as well. As this storm continues to lift off to the northeast, if it holds strength, severe thunderstorm warnings may eventually be required for this cell. I want to track it off to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. Take it into the Covert area around 6:19 p.m. South Haven, 6:22 p.m. Bangor area around 6:33. Breedsville around 6:38. And Lee around 6:41. So again, this cell has ramped up a little bit from the last time I looked at it. Just looking at that reflectivity signal. That is definitely likely producing some potential for large hail. Our hail tracker is maxed out over the lake with this storm. Take a look at velocities. Actually, debris tracker. And you can see the blue behind this. This is actually a free body scattered spike being shown from the Grand Rapids radar. That is one signal that we look for large hail as well. And we are starting to see that. Going to velocities. Velocities are elevated. Some of that could be noise, but definitely some potential for gusty to damaging winds as well. New severe thunderstorm warning now coming in. This is going to be for Clinton, Eaton, and Ionia counties. This is going to be for this cell moving right over Sunfield right now. This is warned for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Again, a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of northern Eaton County, southeastern Ionia County, and southwestern Clinton counties. This is going to include Sunfield, Mulliken, Grand Ledge, Eagle, Portland, Westphalia, and Riley. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 6:15 p.m. I'm going to pull up the warning text here from the National Weather Service. Just a second to do that. And pulling up on my other computer. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. This was at 5:35 p.m. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ionia, southwestern Clinton County, and also northern Eaton County. This goes until 6:15 p.m. At 5:35 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles east of Lake Odessa or 9 miles south of Portland, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard with this again is 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Source on this is going to be radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Portland, Grand Ledge, the Capital Region International Airport area, DeWitt, Fowler, Sebawa, Westphalia, Sunfield, Mulliken, Waverly, Eagle, Wacusta, and Woodbury. If you are in any of these areas I'm calling out, prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building. Stay away from windows. Again, our greatest signal for hail right now, just look at that reflectivity, is going to be near the Sunfield and Mulliken areas. I want to look at our correlation coefficient, definitely some signals for some hail in there, excuse me. I want to go to hail tracker real quick. And again, near the Sunfield area, keep in mind this scan's a little bit delayed on the hail tracker, but again, just some signals of large hail potentially with this storm, up to quarter size in diameter, along with 60 mile per hour wind. That's when you want to look at velocities on it. I will say with velocities, I'm not really seeing anything very concerning. However, it does not mean gusty to damaging winds are still not occurring with this storm. At the very least, quarter size hail is likely occurring with this, potentially occurring with this storm. So if you're in Sunfield, you're in Mulliken, you're in Portland, you need to be heading in that sturdy structure right now. Also, Eagle, Westphalia, Riley, Northwest Lansing, Delta Mills area. You need to be heading indoors right now. Again, we still continue with a severe thunderstorm warning. Also for Isabella and Clare counties, this warning is going to go until the next 36 minutes until 6:15 p.m. And this is for the continued potential quarter size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So let me put on hail tracker here, and we're seeing another elevated signal northwest of Barryton, at least on the Grand Rapids radar. So southwestern Clare and southeastern, I believe that is Osceola County. Let me double check. Should remember my counties, but yes, Osceola County. There we go. A lot of counties to remember, so sometimes blanks out for a moment. But southeastern Osceola, southwestern Clare County, be aware of this. This is not warned at the moment, but at least on the Grand Rapids radar. I'll look from the Gaylord radar as well, and same thing. So signal for larger hail there. Gaylord radar is doing a little bit better job showing our hail signal. East of the Clare area is where this one's going to be. And in fact, there's a new special weather statement coming in now for that southwestern hail core I was just showing you there. But again, in southwestern Clare County, this is going to include Farwell, Hatton, and Harrison. This is a new special weather statement for the potential of penny-sized hail and 40 mile per hour winds. Just with that hail core we've been watching, now entering southwestern Clare County. Again, in our severe thunderstorm warning, our main area I'm watching, we'll go back to our hail tracker. It's going to be east of Clare now. We're watching another area, at least on the Gaylord radar, that's going to be heading through eastern Isabella County, east of Mount Pleasant, heading towards Wise, just east of the Rosebush area, near Coleman as well. That is in Midland County, heading into Midland County as well. Just be aware of that as these continue to lift off to the northeast. It's not much of a bother to ask when you have time to answer when is tomorrow looking like. Andrew, I know you were there for our briefing earlier. We'll take a look again once I get these severe thunderstorm warnings out of here. Once I get the severe weather done, before we close out the stream later on. It'll probably be a little, unless we get a little bit of a break beforehand. We'll go over tomorrow one last time, but just when I have active warnings in effect, that needs to be the focus right now. But we'll go over those details one last time later on in the stream once we get these severe thunderstorms out of here. So again, if you are going back south to our southern severe thunderstorm warning, near Sunfield, near Mulliken, is where our hail core is right now. Taking a look at our correlation coefficient, we're still showing this drop out here, and this is in this case for hail. Going to our hail tracker as well. Definitely still showing a signal for hail there as well. So again, if you're in Mulliken, if you're in Sunfield, really Mulliken now. Sunfield definitely remain inside for the next few minutes, just with lightning still in the area. With the strongest part of this storm tracking off to the northeast. If you're near Mulliken, if you're near Sebawa Corners, and also Frost Corners, Portland as well, Eagle, you definitely want to be inside right now as this continues to lift off to the northeast. Grand Ledge, you are in the warning, and as of course least regret, I would head inside. I do think the strongest part of this storm, looking at the trajectory of it on radar, is going to stay off to your north and west. However, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. If for any other reason the lightning hazard, definitely remain inside in Grand Ledge for at least a little bit, but I think the strongest part of this particular cell is going to pass off to your north and west. I understand, Andrew, but we'll go over that when times are right. So again, focusing. I'm going to do a general zoom out on the entire situation here. For those of you that just might be tuning into our coverage here, we are watching severe thunderstorm warnings in effect across West Michigan. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect. One for Clare and Isabella counties, and also one for portions of Ionia, Clinton, and Eaton counties. Both of these warnings go until 6:15 p.m. All right, looks like we do got a report coming in 12 minutes ago. This is from Sydney, just southwest of the Sydney area. So that's going to be with this cell right here. We did have a report of quarter-size hail come in 12 minutes ago at 5:32. It's just coming in from amateur radio of a 1-inch hail report northeast of Greenville, southwest of Sydney is where this hail report was. So there's not a severe thunderstorm warning on it yet. We'll see if one comes out. But if you're in Sydney, if you're in Stanton, just be aware of this storm. Also McBride, the Crystal area, Edmore, Sumner as well eventually. We'll have to be watching this storm for sure with the potential for quarter-size hail. With quarter-size hail being reported, I know there's not a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but with that report, I just wanted you guys to be aware of this storm. It is definitely producing hail. As it continues to lift off to the northeast, it's heading into the Stanton area right now. And heading further to the northeast, taking a look at these storms that have prompted severe thunderstorm warnings. For Clare and Isabella counties, as for this complex of storms that continues to lift northeast, continues to be warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. As that continues, we'll be continuing to watch it as well. We're watching other storms moving across eastern Mason and northeastern Oceana counties. It's going to be heading into Lake and Newaygo counties. These are not severe, but could be producing some gusty winds, small hail potentially, a lot of downpours and frequent cloud ground lightning. So areas like Peacock, Baldwin, the Lilly area, also Luther. Really, most of Lake County will be impacted by this. So definitely keep an eye on it. as these storms continue to lift off to the east and northeast. That has been the general storm motion of these storms today, is east and northeast. Again, if you're in Gratiot County and it's starting to downpour here, my location is in Ithaca. We're starting to get some downpours. These are not severe, just mainly some downpours and lightning at this time. We are watching them, however. Nothing severe in Gratiot County for the moment, anyway. Again, if you're in or near any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, and if you have any reports to pass along, whether it be hail reports or potentially wind damage reports or something like that, please do feel free to let us know. I am including the link again to our report form on our website. You can also let us know in chat. I am continuing to monitor chat here. But again, if you have a storm report to submit to us, that would be greatly appreciated. That would help us out greatly here. Again, just put it in chat or what you're seeing, or if you could go to our website, fill out that form, that goes directly to us, and that is greatly appreciated. While I'm here, if you want to support our efforts here at West Michigan Weather, I'm also including a link to where you can donate. Again, it's completely optional. We would never require it for severe weather coverage or anything like that. But if you want to support our efforts and get a little something in return, if you want some early access to forecasts or stuff like that, or merchandise codes or stuff like that, we do have some perks for those of you that do want to support our efforts. Again, completely optional, but we do greatly appreciate any support you do feel inclined to give to help support our operations here at West Michigan Weather. Again, completely optional, but greatly appreciated. All right, back to our severe thunderstorm warnings. I will say this cell has been trending down a little bit again, but still some signals for hail northeast of Mulliken, east of the Portland State Game area, and also near Frost Corners, south of Portland. It is on a little bit of a weakening trend, but still some potential for hail. In southeastern Ionia County, that's going to be heading into southwestern Clinton County, near and north of the Eagle area within the next couple of minutes. Now, we're also watching this storm that has a special marine warning offshore South Haven. That is still showing elevated signals for hail as well. Take a look at reflectivity. Take a look at our correlation coefficient and also our hail tracker. We are continuing to show signals for hail of this storm. If this does continue, severe thunderstorm warnings may be required. If it continues for portions of Van Buren and maybe southwestern Allegan County, just something to be aware of as it continues to lift off to the northeast. So areas like Covert, South Haven, just be aware of this as it lifts off to the northeast. If it continues its current strength or picks up even further, severe warnings may be required. We are watching another storm that has formed. This is going to be heading into Berrien County. This is currently not severe, but it is starting to pick up a little bit in strength. So Bridgman, New Troy, Shorewood Hills, Turner Shores, just some of the areas there, Stevensville. Definitely be watching this cell that is getting ready to move on shore. Take a look at our velocities. We are seeing some weak signs of rotation in there. Definitely nothing really tornadic at this time, but just something we are watching. But definitely a growing signal for at least some hail of this storm. Let me put on our hail tracker real quick. Of this storm, definitely some signals for hail, at least small hail of this storm. So we'll be keeping an eye on this cell as well if it continues to strengthen. I do think severe thunderstorm warnings may be coming fairly soon for Berrien County. And taking a look at some of our other cells. We're watching this cell, continuing to watch this area near Stanton. May have just had some hail come through the Stanton area. Unknown if it's severe or not. We did have a severe criteria hail report of 1 inch in diameter near Sydney around 20 minutes ago. So if anyone is watching in the Stanton area, and if you're able to let us know if you saw hail or what size, if you're able to do so safely, that would be greatly appreciated. Our cell in Clinton, Ionia, and Clinton counties really now is continuing to show a weakening trend. I would not be surprised to see this severe thunderstorm warning be dropped early. Just with the type of signatures that we're seeing here. I do see down in northern Indiana there is a tornado warning. I cannot spend too much time on it, as that's not in our coverage area, but in the Kokomo, Indiana area, I am seeing there's a new tornado warning that was just issued. I just noticed that from the northern Indiana office. So, again, especially in southwest Michigan, I think the concern's a little bit more elevated for it's still a low threat, don't get me wrong. I think our main concerns have been large hail and damaging winds, but the low threat of a brief tornado does still exist across southwest Michigan. So areas like St. Joseph, South Haven, Kalamazoo, over towards Cassopolis, Constantine, Three Rivers, just some of the areas I am watching. Just a little bit higher threat for a brief tornado. Not really seeing any concerns of that imminently, but just something we are going to be watching for the next little bit as these storms that continue to move onshore off of Lake Michigan. So again, I think these going back to our severe thunderstorm warnings, I want to go back north. Take a look at our severe thunderstorm warning in Isabella and Clare counties. Isabella County, I think the strongest storms have cleared, at least for the moment. There's other storms that'll be moving in over the next little bit. But I think our best signal for hail, if it's going to be ongoing, is going to be between Farwell and Clare. This is looking from the Gaylord radar. Gaylord radar. Take a look at hail tracker. Still seeing a signal for some hail there between Farwell and Clare. So if anyone happens to be watching in the Farwell Clare area, definitely let us know what you might be seeing if you are able to. Let us know in chat or on our website if you can do so safely. I do want to take warnings off just for a second. I just want to do a general reset of the situation. We do continue with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings again if you're just joining us. One for Clare and Isabella counties that goes from the next 20 minutes until 6:15, and also portions of Ionia, Clinton, and Eaton counties that also goes until 6:15. We also have a special marine warning that is in effect for areas offshore of South Haven. That is for that cell that'll be moving on shore over the next little bit. I'll show you again on radar here in a moment. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for most areas along and south of I-96, although it does also extend into Montcalm and Gratiot counties along the M46 corridor there. We do continue with this severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect until 11 p.m. That is going to be our primary hazards. I've not really went over hazards. Primary hazards could be scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour, scattered large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter. That is ping pong ball size. We've already had a few warnings for ping pong ball size hail this afternoon, and now heading into the evening now. And a tornado or two will be possible. Again, our greatest tornado threat is going to be across far southwest lower Michigan. Going back to radar. We'll go back to our southern severe thunderstorm warning. That is continuing to show a weakening trend. Not really seeing any huge concerns for large hail of this one. If there's going to be at least small hail, potentially, in fact, newer scan continues to weaken that. I do think this severe thunderstorm warning, if it isn't dropped already and hasn't come in our systems yet, will probably end up being dropped fairly soon. That is ultimately up to the National Weather Service, but just with our decreasing leaf activity values. Let me take a look at velocities. Not really seeing a damaging wind signal, at least with this storm. So we'll continue watching it just in case it does pick back up, but we're not really seeing anything majorly concerning. Going back up north to our northern severe thunderstorm warning, then I want to go back south, take a look at the storms moving onshore from the lake. In fact, they did just cancel our severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton, Ionia, and Eaton counties. That warning has been canceled. So that warning has been canceled. That leaves just the severe thunderstorm warning for Clare and Isabella counties. I do think they will be trimming Isabella County off the warning here fairly soon, as the strongest storms have moved out of Isabella County. Now in the Clare County, Farwell and Clare is where I'm continuing to see our greater signals for potential hail. Our hail tracker's a little bit delayed, but it's still showing that signal. I want to pop in. I do see we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Berrien County. We'll go to that in just a second. But taking a look at the breed tracker, or in this case for correlation coefficient for hail. Not really seeing too much there, but our reflectivity values continue to be elevated. So if you're between Farwell and Clare, right near US 10, there's where I'm seeing our hail signal there. I'm going southwest now, taking a look at our new severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien County. This new warning is going to be in effect until 6:45 p.m. This is going to be for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. I'm going to pull up some areas first that are included in this warning. Going to include Bridgman, Berrien Springs, New Troy, Stevensville, Shoreham, Sodus, Eau Claire, and also St. Joseph and Watervliet. Just some of the areas that are in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is going to be for quarter size hail and 60 mile per hour winds, and it goes until 6:45 p.m. Pulling up the warning text from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien County in southwest Michigan until 6:45 p.m. At 5:55 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Bridgman, or 12 miles southwest of Fair Plain, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard of this is going to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations impacted include Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, Fairplain, Benton Heights, Bridgman, the Berrien Springs area, Watervliet, Coloma, Stevensville, Shorewood Tower Hill, Shorewood Tower Hills Harbor, Paw Paw Lake, Sodus, Baroda, the Shoreham area, Eau Claire, Union Pier, Glendora, New Troy, and Harbert. If you are in these areas, prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a straw building. Stay away from windows. Taking a look at reflectivity here. Our strongest hail signals will be moving right over the Bridgman area right now. On northern Indiana radar, we are seeing decibel values over 70 dBz, 71 dBz, heading into the Bridgman area. So Bridgman is where I'm seeing the greatest signal for large hail. Going to our correlation coefficient, we are seeing a matching signal for large hail. Going to our hail tracker, we are seeing, again, that signal for large hail. Take a look at our velocities. Not really seeing any definitive rotation or nothing that screams damaging winds to me. However, that does not mean there's still not damaging wind ongoing. So again, if you're in Bridgman, if you're in Baroda, Glendora, New Troy, you need to be indoors right now. You got potential large hail heading into the Bridgman area, heading towards Baroda and Stevensville. I do want to do a storm track real quick on the storm. Just a second to get my bearings straight on it, on the track. This track is something like this. Moving in the northeast around 40 miles per hour. Going to take it into the Sodus area at 620. The Eau Claire area at 623. Keeler at 637. Decatur at 651, and Lawrence at 651 as well. So again, if you're in these areas I'm calling out, and this is also going to be an early heads up for Cass and Van Buren counties, severe thunderstorm warnings may eventually be required. if this storm continues to hold its strength as it moves off to the northeast. Going up to our special marine warning real quick. We are still watching this storm south and west of South Haven. It is showing a little bit of a weakening trend, but still seeing some signals for hail in there. So again, if you're in South Haven, the Covert area, Wildwood, Crystal Beach, Linden Hills, and Braywood, as we're going to be watching for potential hail as this storm moves on shore over the next little bit. Let me go ahead and do a new storm track on this off to the north and east, around 30 miles per hour. South Haven at 625, Breedsville at 641, the Lee area at 643, Bloomingdale at 653, Allegan State Game area at 659, Pine Grove at 701, the Allegan area at 708, Alamo at 716, Hopkins at 722, and also Watson at 722 as well. Okay, that's a Northern Indiana warning. So applicable to us. Okay, just check with that information from the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana. I do want to go north real quick to our severe thunderstorm warning up in Clare County. I am going to say they have indeed removed Isabella County from the severe thunderstorm warning. That was to be expected. The storm has really moved out of Isabella County. There are other storms that are going to track into Isabella County. They are currently not severe. Just some small hail, gusty winds, maybe some heavy downpours and frequent cloud ground lightning, but none of these are severe. Going back to our Gaylord radar, the strongest hail signal is actually west of the severe thunderstorm warning. These from the Gaylord radar perspective. Near Hatton is where I'm seeing a signature right now for hail. Based on reflectivity, correlation, not really showing too much, but still some potential for hail in there. Our hail tracker is showing a better signal for the hail there near the Hatton area. Give me just a second. I'm going to get a sip of water. Been talking for about 2 hours here, so. Yeah, quick sip of water. There we go. Okay, but near the Hatton area is where we're seeing our hail signal right now. As these storms continue to lift off to the northeast. These storms are moving northeast at around 20 to 30 miles per hour. So I'll do a storm track on it. Track it off to the northeast at around 20, 30 miles per hour. Actually, this is a relatively rural area. Let me zoom in and see if I can't get locations to show up. Skeets in Meredith around 6:55 to 7 o'clock. That is going to be in the northwestern Gladwin County with time. This is a relatively rural area, but if you're in Harrison, if you're in Allendale, just keep an eye on this near Hatton in case it does move into your area over the next little while. I got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Allegan and Van Buren. That is going to be for our South Haven cell. This has prompted a new severe thunderstorm warning that is just now coming in. This is going to be for Allegan and Van Buren counties. This goes until 6:45 p.m. This is for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So if you're in South Haven, if you're in Covert, if you're in Bangor, Breedsville, the Lee area, zooming in a little bit more. Some of our more small areas, South Haven Highlands, Indian Grove, Crystal Beach, Palisades Park, Linden Hill, and Braywood. With some of the areas in this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. I will go ahead and pull in the warning text from the National Weather Service. And again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for northwestern Van Buren and southwestern Allegan counties until 6:45 p.m. I am seeing this in the chat. Amber Rain says, I live in between Rosebush and Mount Pleasant. And it got really nasty earlier. I'm from Oklahoma, and why didn't it blow the sirens is beyond me. Because there was definitely some scud forming. Well, the decision to blow the sirens is ultimately up to the county. We don't control that. The National Weather Service doesn't control that. I will say Scud does not automatically mean a tornado is forming. And we were monitoring that storm. We didn't see any signs of imminent rotation or anything like that. Definitely still some stronger storms. Definitely still producing some hail and gusty winds, but we weren't really concerned about a tornado threat of those storms. So that would explain why the sirens were not sounded. Again, each county, each municipality has their own protocol, and I could sit here all day trying to explain that. Thanks for letting us know what was going on there. Again, just let us know if you have any damage or anything like that. Feel free to let us know. But back to our severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren and Allegan counties. We were at the 6:04 p.m. A severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles west of Van Buren State Park, or 10 miles southwest of South Haven, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Our hazards, again, are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and also quarter-size hail. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include South Haven, Bangor, Van Buren State Park, Covert, the Breedsville area, Grand Junction, the South Haven Area Regional Airport is where we're watching as well, and also the Lakota areas in the severe thunderstorm warning as well. If you're in the areas I'm calling out, prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building. Stay away from windows. That is outside of our coverage area, but we're not really seeing anything super concerning there. I'll cover it real quick. Then I gotta go back to our severe thunderstorm warnings. But there's no warnings or in effect, just some special weather statements for pea-sized hail and 40-mile-an-hour winds. These are loud storms, probably with heavy downpours, some small hail, gusty winds, and lightning. But nothing is severe over there right now. But I do have to focus on our severe thunderstorm warnings. So, in our area. So, again, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. I'm going to do a wide reset. In case you're just happen to be tuning into our coverage, we got several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for portions of Clare County, also Allegan, Van Buren counties, and Berrien County is where we are watching severe thunderstorm warnings for large hail and damaging winds potential. We did have several reports of quarter-size hail earlier, including in Kent and Montcalm counties. There's also been a lot of reports of smaller hail from pea to at least penny size in diameter. Dime to penny size in diameter. We've had confirmed reports of that as well. So again, these storms are producing hail. They could also be producing damaging winds. I'm going to go in order. Keep an eye on this storm first in Berrien County. We do continue with this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the next 35 minutes until 6:45. Again, this is going to be for this storm that is passing the Bridgman area, heading through Stevensville and Sodus and Berrien Springs. Again, this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Take a look at some of our products. We're still showing some signals for hail on our correlation coefficient. Let me go to our hail tracker here as well and pull that up. Still showing a signal for some potential larger hail in the Bridgman area. It's, again, you'll be heading into Sodus, into Berrien Springs, the Andrews University area, Eau Claire as well, over the next 7 minutes. It's over Baroda right now. That is where we're likely seeing at least some potential for large hail and damaging winds. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning in Berrien County, you need to be indoors in that sturdy structure, preferably away from the windows on the lower floors if you can get there. Take a look at this storm getting ready to move on shore. And near the South Haven and Covert areas, we're seeing elevated reflectivity values In fact, we could see signs of a free body scattered spike. Let me take a look at correlation coefficient. There is the free body scattered spike. That is an indication of larger hail potentially heading on shore between Braywood and South Haven. So Wildwood, Indian Grove, Crystal Beach, Palisades Park, Linden Hills. You need to be indoors right now. We have a very strong thunderstorm likely producing large hail that is heading on shore. Take a look at our hail tracker. We still have the maxed out indication for large hail with this storm as well. So again, you need to be heading indoors right now. If you are on I-196 between Braywood and South Haven, or actually I'll even say to Cedar Bluff Park, you need to be getting, if you can, get off at the nearest exit and find a place to cover your vehicle, such as a gas station canopy or a parking garage or something like that if you can. But if you can't, do not park under overpasses. Do not block the roadways. That's just making the situation a lot more dangerous by doing that. So if you're caught out in it, there's not a whole lot you can do but protect yourself from flying glass, I should say, if the windows break. What you can do with that is you'll want to cover your head and neck, kind of get down below the windows, just cover yourself from any flying glass or anything like that if the windows break. But do not park under overpasses trying to protect your vehicles, because that's just going to block traffic and cause more danger. So, again, take a look at velocities. Seeing some elevated velocities. Some of that could very well be as a result of noise from the free body scattered spike, but nonetheless, still some potential for damaging winds at 60 miles per hour as well. That is in the warning, so it's something else to be aware of in addition to the large hail. At Kalamazoo, you're not in imminent danger. We are watching storms that will be tracking in that direction, potentially, especially from Berrien County. But you are not in imminent danger in Kalamazoo. There is a shower overhead heading into the Kalamazoo area, but that's not an imminent danger. But we will be watching that. They are going to be issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like, for Clare County. I'm going to go up there. That is for the storms over the Harrison area. This severe thunderstorm warning is primarily for the concern of quarter-size hail. Wind on this, the wind indicator is under 50 miles an hour, so we're not expecting severe winds with this new severe thunderstorm warning. For northeastern Clare County, our primary concern here is going to be for quarter-size hail with this storm over the Harrison area. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 7 o'clock. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Clare County that is in effect for the next 46 minutes until 7 o'clock, mainly for quarter-size hail. Okay, that's for Indiana. I was just checking that information out. Okay, they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien County. We'll take a look at that in a second. I want to take a look at our storm near Harrison first. Taking a look at correlation coefficient. Not really seeing anything too definitive, but definitely can't rule out some hail with that reflectivity signature. Pull up our hail tracker again, and yeah, definitely an elevated signal there over the Harrison area. So if anyone happens to be watching from Harrison, let us know what you're seeing. If you're right along US 127 between if you're north between US 10 and the Harris and the Clark and county that is up there, Roscommon County, Clare, Roscommon County line. You definitely want to be, if you can, get off at the nearest exit, find some sort of cover. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of exits here other than Business 127. Or potentially, yeah, not a whole lot of exits available there. But if you can, just get off there, find some sturdy structure to get in, or otherwise just pull over, let the storm pass on by. If you need to, cover your head and neck from flying glass if windows break. Just kind of be aware of that potential. Seeing some new information coming in. Okay, it's Northern Indiana too. But just look at our reflectivity. Just be aware that some large hail potential up to quarter size in diameter heading through Harrison right now. That's going to head northeast through relatively rural areas of Clare County, but Piney Woods, Long Lake Heights, Cooperton, just a few communities that are in the path of this. Once this passes, that'll be out of our coverage area into Roscommon County. I do want to go back south to our severe thunderstorm warning in Berrien County. They have updated that recently. Still 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. They have taken out some areas such as Bridgman and New Troy. You have been taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning. And we do have a report from 12 minutes ago of half-inch hail in the Baroda area of Berrien County. This is reported this was measured by a member of the public in the Baroda area of half-inch hail. Just be aware of that. Heaviest signal for hail right now is heading into the Berrien Springs area. We'll be heading into Eau Claire, and also eventually, if you're in the Dowagiac and Pokagon areas, in northern Cass County especially, you'll want to be alert for this. How about for the potential of large hail and damaging winds? Take a look at velocities. Not really seeing anything super concerning in terms of rotation or anything like that. We're just kind of watching these cells closely just in case they do develop a little bit of rotation. I'm not seeing anything imminent in terms of that. This is mainly a large hail and damaging wind threat. But if you're in northern portions of Cass County especially, and potentially southern Van Buren County, warnings may eventually be required. In fact, we're seeing another signal of a three-body scatter spike northeast of Sodus. This is on the northern Indiana radar. So this section as well, near Pearl Grange, could be producing some larger hail as well. So that'll take it more into southern Van Buren County as well. So areas like Keeler, Hartford, Decatur, Lawrence, just be aware of this. Going back north as well to our severe thunderstorm warning that is getting for our severe thunderstorm moving onshore right now over Wildwood, Crystal Beach, Indian Grove, South Haven. We are continuing to show indications of very large large hail, I should say. We still have the free-bodied scattered spike looking at our correlation coefficient. So right. I do want to. So again, if you're in South Haven, if you're in Covert, you need to be indoors right now as the storm continues to move on shore. I do want to do a quick storm track real quickly. Just real quick, track it off to the north and east at 32. And then I want to show off this photo we did get in to our Twitter from a little bit ago. I do want to show that real quick. But again, if you're in Lee, this will be in your. I'll zoom in a little bit closer and get some more locations for you. Crystal Beach, it's right overhead right now. Wildwood, it's overhead right now. Maple Grove Corners at 626. You need to be indoors right now. Kibble, 634. The Lakota area at 638. Grand Junction area at 643. Lee at 644. Eventually Pullman at 646. The Sherman Park area at 648. And Chicora at 655. The warnings may eventually be required for more of Allegan County as well. With the way these storms are tracking and with the signals we're seeing. At least on reflectivity, we got likely large hail falling over to Wildwood and Crystal Beach areas. Be moving especially in the southern South Haven. But if you're in South Haven proper, you need to be indoors right now as well for the likely large hail potential. Give me just a minute. I'm gonna work on getting secondary feed up from my other computer so I can show you that the pictures we got in earlier. Just a second while I work on that. Penny-size hail report from Emping coming in of dime-size hail. 2 miles to the east of Stevensville. This was within the last few minutes. Dime-size hail being reported in Berrien County near Stevensville. This is courtesy of Emping. Give me just a second while I'm working on pulling up our image here. Okay, so let me go ahead and pop up my source here just for a second. My alternative scene for this. Okay, so this is from Brian, who sent us this picture of large hail from the severe storm earlier this evening, which moved through the Rockford area. This is the photo of the large hail from Rockford. This is in Kent County. Thank you, Brian Taylor, for sending this photo to us. And again, this is from Rockford. This was from a little bit earlier this evening. This is a large hail. Brian said some of these stones were over a quarter size in diameter, which does not surprise me with some of the radar indications we've been seeing throughout the afternoon and evening. I would not be surprised that it was a bit larger than quarter size. But thank you, Brian Taylor, for passing along this photo to us. We greatly appreciate that. And if anyone else has photos they want to pass along to us, or you can do so on social media, or you can, or on our Discord server as well. Those details are scrolling are on the bottom of the screen as well. You can post them there or on our social media. And if you have reports to pass along, just a second while I do that. Just a second. Oops. Okay. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. So again, all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop our stream. We'll go ahead and pull down our stream just for a moment. Let me go back to radar. Okay. All right, so we are continuing to watch this strong thunderstorm near the South Haven area where our large hail is. So again, just some reports of large hail likely coming in near South Haven, near Maple Grove Corners is where we're watching the potential for large hail. We are still watching large hail damaging wind potential with both of those storms. It's further to the south in Berrien County. We're mainly watching Berrien Springs as well. For the potential large hail is where we're seeing the greatest potential for that at the moment. Is going to be near Berrien Springs. Pulling up my overlays, getting our correlation coefficient showing that potential. I want to throw on hail tracker again. We're still showing maxed out signal for hail near the Berrien Springs area. Take a look at our velocity product, and I am going to say this. Looking at velocity, this is not an imminent tornado concern, but we are watching maybe some signs of rotation trying to develop south of Berrien Springs, near the Pennellwood area, near Fairland is where we're seeing our potential rotation at the moment. They are updating our warning again. They are going to add the tornado possible tag. So the National Weather Service is seeing what I'm seeing here south of Berrien Springs. We are watching some signs of potential developing rotation south of the Berrien Springs area, near US 31 there. So if you are in, and let me loop this real quick. If you are in Fairland, Pennellwood, Berrien Center, south side of Berrien Springs, also Pokagon, eventually Cassopolis and Dowagiac as well. If this rotation does continue to strengthen, which we are seeing some increasing signs of rotation in this area, I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning be issued if this continues to increase. So just be aware of that if you are in Pokagon, if you're in Dowagiac as well. This will be northern Cass County. We'll be watching as well. In addition to South Central Berrien County is where we're watching this rotation right now. South of Berrien Springs. There's not an imminent tornado on the ground, I don't think, at the moment. But we are watching increasing signs of rotation, which we will have to monitor as these storms continue to move off to the east. New report coming in from the Baroda area of quarter-size hail. This was at 6:07 p.m. A report of quarter-size hail near the Baroda area. This was courtesy of MPing via a train spotter. So again, definitely still signals a large hail ongoing. But if in Berrien County we are starting to see some increasing signs of rotation south of Berrien Springs, right near the US 31 corridor. This is going to be near US 31 and Rangeline Road is where we're seeing this. This is east of North Redbud Trail. This is going to be heading towards Old US 31 or Highway 139 there is where we're seeing this potential increasing rotation as well. I do want to go back north, take a look at our storm near South Haven. Still some signals for hail. Albeit it might be weakening a little bit. We're not seeing as clear a signal free body scattered spike on the correlation coefficient or on reflectivity, but still elevated reflectivity values passing over Maple Grove Corners, heading towards Kibbe and Lakota, and also Grand Junction and Breedsville as well. You need to be indoors right now. One thing is when this starts going away, as the hail starts falling out of the storm, that can also increase the damaging wind potential. Just something to be aware of as this storm kind of, if it is indeed beginning to collapse on itself, that can temporarily increase our damaging wind potential. Just something to watch across northwestern Van Buren and southwest Allegan County. We do have one last severe thunderstorm warning to our north. This is going to be in mainly rural areas in northeastern Clare County at this point. The hail core is past the Harrison area. It is east of Long Lake Heights. It's going to be heading towards Meredith and Skeels. That is in northwestern Gladwin County. It's on its way out of our coverage area, and we'll be out of our coverage area. We'll be in the next little while. And it's actually a little bit lower on the intensity as well from what it was earlier. But nonetheless, still some hail potentially falling in northeastern Clare County. This is severe thunderstorm warning is primarily for the potential quarter-size hail. Further south, we are watching these storms as well. The Hubbardson, Pewamo areas. These are not severe at the moment. We could still be seeing some signals. First, at least some small hail in this area, maybe some gustier winds, and at the very least, heavy downpours and frequent cloud ground lightning. That is moving off to the east and northeast as well. So areas like Hubbardson, Pewamo, eventually Fowler, Maple Rapids, Perrinton, into southern Gratiot County we'll be watching as well. All right, we got a new tornado warning coming in. This is going to be for Berrien and Cass counties. This is a new tornado warning that is being issued until 7:15 p.m. This is a new tornado warning for portions of eastern Berrien County and also northern and central Cass counties. This is going to go until 7:15 p.m. This is for that rotation. As I go to our velocity product that we were monitoring south of the Berrien Springs area, there is now enough rotation that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. So if you are in Berrien Springs, if you're in Pokagon, Cassopolis, Dowagiac, Penn, Vandalia, Vollinia, just some of the areas I'm calling out here, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. What that looks like, if you got a basement, you need to be going there right now. If you do not have a basement, then you need to be going to your small interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And also protect yourself from flying debris. If you're in a mobile home or in a vehicle, you need to be getting out of those right now. You need to be finding more substantial shelter. This is for this rotation that is near the Berrien Springs area. I will pull up the warning text here from the National Weather Service. Give me just a moment. But we have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Berrien and Cass counties that goes until 7:15 p.m. This is from the National Weather Service. This was issued at 6:29 p.m. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a tornado warning for central Cass and southeastern Berrien counties and southwest Michigan. This goes until 7:15 p.m. At 6:28 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Berrien Springs or near Niles, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Primary hazard is going to be a potential tornado. Source on this is going to be radar indicated. Again, impact. Flying debris will be dangerous for those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near the Niles area around 6:35 p.m., the Dowagiac area around 6:40 p.m., and Cassopolis around 6:45 p.m. Other locations impacted by this potentially tornadic thunderstorm include Penn, Vandalia, Diamond Lake, Daly, LaGrange, Paradise Lake, Calvin Center, Sumnerville, Pokagon, and Indian Lake. If you are in these areas, in or near these areas, I'm calling out. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Again, that is going to be for this rotation we've been watching near the Berrien Springs area. It's right over Fairland right now. It is in the area of Old US 31. Also, Berrien Center Road as well is where we're seeing this rotation and potential tornado. I'm going to put on our debris tracker. Fortunately, I'm not seeing a definitive signal for tornado debris at the moment. However, a tornado could still touch down at a moment's notice. So if you are in the Fairland area, you need to be taking cover right now. North of this tornadic circulation, we also are still indicating the potential for larger hail over the Berrien Center area. Potential quarter size or greater. It is warned for quarter size hail, but could be a little bit larger than that. We got a large free body scattered spike. Looking at this storm from the northern Indiana radar, it's clear as day. Stevie Wonder could see that free body scattered spike signature, especially looking at the debris tracker. But again, in addition to the large hail and damaging wind threat, there is now enough of a concern for a tornado to prompt a tornado warning that is in effect for Berrien and Cass counties. This is mainly southeastern portions of Berrien County, not even all of Berrien County, really a small portion around Berrien Springs, Berrien Center, Fairland is where I'm indicating this rotation. It is relatively broad in nature, but it is there, and it's enough that the National Weather Service is concerned and has put out this tornado warning. I do want to do a storm track on this rotation, carry it off to the east. Let me loop the radar real quick, just so I get a general idea on where this is tracking. Looks like it is tracking more to the east. East at around 30 miles per hour, that's going to take it. Into the Pokagon area at 644. Do not wait. You need to be in your tornado shelter area right now. The LaGrange area at 640, that's Pokagon 644, LaGrange 658. Daily, you are in this tornado warning. You're not officially in the cone, but I would be in cover too. It will probably be there around 650 or so if I had to guess. But don't wait. You need to be taking cover right now. Downtown Cassopolis around 7 o'clock. Eagle Point around 7:02. The Penn area around 7:07. We also have Vandalia at 7:09 and Lakely at 7:14. If you are in the Volhynia and Dowagiac areas, you are also in this tornado warning. Model rotation, at least for the moment, may pass to your south. You're still going to be in the large hail and potential damaging wind, so you might as well respect this tornado warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions as well. So again, we have no signs of no reports, no radar indications of an active tornado on the ground. but there's enough rotation that the National Weather Service is concerned about the potential of one touching down. So you need to take this very seriously. If you are in this red polygon here, that's your tornado warning. You need to be taking it seriously. In addition to the tornado threat, we are also very concerned about damaging winds and the potential for large hail that'll be moving into the Dowagiac area over the next several minutes. So again, this is an active tornado warning for Berrien and Cass counties. I will say Berrien County, it will be out of your area within the next few minutes. However, it's right at the county line is where we're watching our rotation right now. It's approaching the county line and will be in the Cass County in the next few minutes. Still remain in shelter for at least for the next few minutes across southeastern Berrien County, around Berrien Springs, around Fairland, Berrien Center, Pennellwood. Still remain in cover for the next few minutes. However, the strongest part of this storm will be moving off to your east. We are watching this cell that is currently not severe thunderstorm warning. And while I did not get to pass this along with the active tornado warning, I will also mention that the severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled for Allegan, Van Buren, and Clare counties. Those severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled as the storms have weakened. But we are watching southern Van Buren County as well. If you're in the Hartford, Decatur areas, we're seeing some decent indications for hail here as well. Not really too concerned about rotation. Let me look from the other radar. Maybe a little bit of rotation near the Decatur and Keeler areas as well that we are watching, that we will be monitoring. Nothing imminent tornado or nothing like that at the moment, but just watching some broad rotation there. But clearly my main concern here is for the potential for at least small hail, if not large hail. We got another one of those free body scattered spike. This is looking from the northern Indiana radar. So, again, I would not be surprised to see at least a severe thunderstorm warning come down shortly for southern portions of Van Buren County. If you are in Decatur, if you are in Fitchburg, that is where our large potential. Excuse me. Give me just a second. We're going to get another sip of water. But again, if you're in southern Van Buren County, be aware of increasing potential for large hail. I do think a severe thunderstorm warning will be coming down the wire here fairly soon. But right now, our main concern is this tornado warning that is in effect for Berrien and Cass counties. This tornado warning does continue until 7:15 p.m. This is for a potential tornado that may touch down. We don't have any active reports of a tornado on the ground, but our rotation we are watching is right over the Sumnerville area right now, heading into Pokagon. It's not, the rotation's there. It's not the most ominous rotation signal I've ever seen, but that does not mean that the tornado may not be down or may not touch down or may at any moment while I'm finishing the set. So if you're in Pokagon, if you're in Daly, if you're in downtown Cassopolis, LaGrange, Dowagiac as well, if you're in Brownsville, if you're in Vandalia, Penn, you need to be taking cover right now. Valinia, you need to be taking cover right now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in that is exactly for the area I was calling for. Now, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. This is going to be for Kalamazoo and Van Buren counties. This is going to go until 7:30 p.m. for the potential of quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is for the cell we've been watching near the Decatur and Lawrence areas. We were just mentioning that moments ago. That has prompted the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids to issue this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 7:30 p.m. Give me just a moment and I will read off the text from the National Weather Service on this warning. And again, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, this was issued at 6:39 p.m., has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Van Buren County and also western Kalamazoo County in southwest Michigan. This goes again until 7:30 p.m. At 6:39 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near the Decatur area, or 60 miles southwest of Paw Paw, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Primary hazard of this is going to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts and also quarter-size hail. So again, if you are in these locations I'm going to list off right now, Kalamazoo, Portage, Paw Paw, Hartford, Matawan, Lawton, Decatur, Westwood, Alamo, Pine Grove, Lawrence, Gobbles area, Oshtemo, Glendale, and Kendall. If you are in these areas, you need to prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building. Stay away from windows. Again, this is for this large hail and damaging wind signal that we are watching near the Lawrence and Decatur areas. Take a look at least Grand Rapids velocity. We're not seeing as much of a concern in terms of rotation. I know, look at the Northern Indiana radar. Watching a little bit more of a weak rotation signal. Not a strong, tight tornado on the ground signal, but some weak signs of rotation near the Decatur area we are watching. However, our bigger concerns will be damaging winds and large hail for the moment. I do want to do a quick storm track on this. And then we got to go back to our tornado warning. Doing a quick storm track on this, taking it off to the northeast. It's going to be in Paw Paw at 6:57. Do not wait. You need to be getting indoors right now. The Almena area at 7:04. Downtown Kalamazoo at 7:22. Parchment at 7:25. Galesburg at 7:34. Richland at 7:35. Climax at 7:40. The Augusta area at 7:41. And Prairieville at 7:42. Again, this is for the severe thunderstorm warning. If you are in areas such as Paw Paw, you don't have much time, but if you're in the Almena area, if you're in western Kalamazoo County, downtown Kalamazoo, the Oshtemo area, Texas quarters, also Matawan and Doherty's quarters, you do have a few minutes to move your car into a garage or any kind of cover if you can. Or if you have to go cover it with any kind of protection, you could get it like blankets or stuff like that. I would be doing that right now. You don't have a lot of time, but you have some time. Just with some of the indications we're seeing on radar for large hail. I want to go to our hail tracker. And we are seeing a large hail signal between Keeler and Decatur. That is moving into Decatur right now, near Lawrence. Now we'll be moving into Paw Paw, Matawan, Almena, and eventually western Kalamazoo County, and eventually Kalamazoo if it does hold together. I do have to go back to our tornado warning. Now, good news is they have dropped eastern Berrien County from the tornado warning. And also the severe thunderstorm warning that is on the screen, that is going to be dropping off right now, actually. The severe thunderstorm warning has also been allowed to expire. So that leaves just the tornado warning in effect for Cass County. If you're in Dowagiac, if you're in Pokagon, if you're in Cassopolis, you need to be taking cover right now. Taking a look at our rotation. We still don't have a tight rotation signature, but nonetheless, it's still rotating. Near the Pokagon area, and that's going to be moving into the Cassopolis area over the next several minutes. So if you're in Pokagon, you're in Cassopolis, you need to be taking cover right now. Also, Vandalia, Penn, Malinia. If you're in Dowagiac, the rotation is passing off to your south, but you still definitely want to be in cover, as you're in the heavy rain, hail, and gusty winds still in this storm. Our large hail is being indicated with this storm over just north and east of the Pokagon area. It's going to be heading towards LaGrange and the north side of Cassopolis, also Penn and Vandalia. Just some of the locations that will likely see large hail with this storm. taking a look at some of our indicators for hail, we still got the large hail being indicated on correlation coefficient. You can still see that free-bodied scattered spike on the northwest side of the storm, looking from the northern Indiana radar. And again, we're going to go to our hail tracker as well. Then I also want to put up a rotation tracker here in just a second. Our hail tracker is still showing our indications for hail there over Pokagon, over heading towards Katsopolis, just south of the Dowagiac area. That's heading towards Penn and Vandalia as well. The concern for large hail and damaging winds, in addition to the potential tornado. I do want to put out our rotation tracker. Give me just 1 second. Get that put up. And again, our potential rotation is near the Pokagon area. It's definitely not the strongest rotation signal I've ever seen, but nonetheless, it's there. It's enough of a concern for the National Weather Service to have this tornado warning out. So, again, if you're in Cass County, particularly central portions of Cass County, if you're in this red polygon, you need to be taking cover right now. By that, I mean, again, if you have a basement, you need to be heading there. If you do not have a basement, then you want to be in your small interior room on the lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure this is in a site-based structure with a foundation. If you're in a mobile home or in a vehicle, or if you're outdoors, you need to get out of those areas. You need to find more substantial structure. So again, this is an active tornado warning. We are continuing to monitor here for portions of Cass County until 7:15 p.m. So that's going to be for the next little less than a half hour now. And again, I'm still getting more reports of quarter-sized hail from the Berrien Springs area. This is back from the Berrien County with this storm. Getting several reports of quarter-sized hail. So this storm has a history of producing severe criteria hail as well. Going back north, we're going to go to our severe thunderstorm warning. Then I'll briefly cover the activity to the north. But for our severe thunderstorm warning in Van Buren and Kalamazoo counties, we're continuing to watch the potential for large hail passing through the Lawrence area, I should say, right along I-94 east of Lawrence. Between Lawrence and Paw Paw is where our large hail is right now. That's be near Teapot Dome. That's going to be moving towards Mattawan, towards the Almeda area, Lawton as well. And if it holds together, it could be moving into western portions of Kalamazoo County and eventually downtown Kalamazoo. It does look like it's on track for downtown Kalamazoo if it does hold together. So again, if you're just joining us here, we are continuing our live coverage of strong to severe thunderstorms moving across West Michigan. This has prompted a tornado warning for Cass County. That does go until 7:15. So a little less than a half hour now. This is for Cass County. This is for the strong to severe thunderstorm that first got going in Berrien County. When we first started getting severe thunderstorm warnings with this, we noted some rotation in southeast Berrien County shortly after which this tornado warning was issued. If you're in Berrien County, you still want to be inside. The tornado warning's all clear. However, you'll still want to be inside. We still got showers and thunderstorms over the Niles area. But you are cleared from the tornado threat from this particular storm. Our rotation, take a look at it on velocity. It is not a super tight screaming tornado signal to me. However, we're still indicating some rotation west of the Cassopolis area, kind of near the Daly area, near Pokagon Highway and Daly Road is where I'm seeing this rotation right now. It is not a super tight signal. I can go to our debris tracker. We're not seeing tornado debris. What I'm mainly seeing here is a hail signal. But nonetheless, it's still rotating. It can still tighten up within the next scan or two here, which is why you need to be taking these storms seriously. We need to be taking shelter right now. And what we're going to have to watch for is this cell back behind it over Buchanan and Niles. We'll have to watch if this merges, because that could provide a little bit more. They call them nudgers. These storm scale interactions that happen. It's called nudgers. If that interacts just like that could temporarily enhance the tornado potential. So that is something we're gonna have to watch. If these storms do merge together, that could potentially increase the tornado potential, at least for a little bit. So that is something we will have to definitely be watching for over the next little bit in Cass County. Yeah, there's no active report of a tornado on the ground. But that is something we are continuing to watch for over the next little bit, just in case. But if you're in Cassopolis, if you're in Vandalia, you're in Dowagiac, the strongest part of this storm, rotating part of the storm stayed south of the Dowagiac area. We do have a report of $half size hail from the Pokagon area. This is within the last 5 minutes. $half size hail being reported via a train spotter. $half size hail in the last 5 minutes. This was at 6:47. So very large hail definitely being produced with this storm as well, in addition to the concern for a potential tornado. We are continuing to watch for signals of that, but again, Cassopolis, Vandalia, Penn, Valinia, you need to be taking cover right now. All right. Back up to our severe thunderstorm warning. We do have a report from the Lawrence area of Van Buren County of pea-size hail. Pea-size hail reported in the Lawrence area in the last few minutes. But we also still have potential for quarter-size hail and damaging winds for 60 miles, up to 60 miles per hour, moving into the Lawton, Paw Paw, Matawan areas, Almena, Pine Grove. I think it may just stay a touch to your south. However, it's going to be a close call. I would, as a course of least regret, I would definitely be in shelter indoors. Going further to the north, I know we haven't really talked about these areas. None of these are looking particularly severe to me at the moment. We do have this special weather statement that is in effect for nickel-size hail. That is up there. About just a bit below severe limits. But if you are near, but this is for Reed City, Big Rapids, Barrington's where I'm seeing this special weather statement. But other than that, none of these storms were particularly severe. Just some heavy downpours, frequent lightning, maybe some small hail, but nothing particularly concerning with these storms right now. At least not as concerning as we're seeing in southwest Michigan, where I am seeing this tornado warning for that does continue for Cass County. I am pulling up on my other monitor here some live feeds from this storm. I do not have permission to show this on air, obviously, but some of the chaser feeds we are seeing behind the scenes. We are not seeing anything obvious, no obvious tornado on the ground or anything like that. We do hope that continues to remain the case, but if you're in Cassopolis, you need to be in shelter right now. Our rotation's passing right over to the Cassopolis area. It's going to be into the Eagle Point community in the next few minutes. Spring Beach, Brownsville, Calvin Center. It may pass just to your north, but I would be in shelter as the course of least regret. You're in the polygon. You should respect that polygon. Vandalia, Penn, Lakely, and Valinia. LaGrange, this rotation's near you. Dowagiac, you're still in the polygon. Give me 5 more minutes. I could probably give you an all clear. The strongest storms are off to your south and east now. Just give me 5 more minutes, and I could likely give the Dowagiac area an all clear. Just you're in the polygon, so just give it a few more minutes. But the strongest part of the storms have cleared the Dowagiac area. Oh, oops, there we go. Okay, so again, we are also watching the severe thunderstorm warning further to the north. Van Buren and Kalamazoo counties, the severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 7:30 p.m. This continues to be for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and quarter-size hail. Our greatest hail potential for the moment is going to be right over just northwest of the Paw Paw area, north of Teapot Dome. That's going to be heading towards the Almena area. And also Doherty's Corners with time. Let me do another. I'll do another storm track real quick. Jonah in chat letting me know can confirm pea-sized hail from the cells moving over Cedar Springs right now. Thank you, Jonah, for letting me know. In case anyone's wondering where Jonah is, he is at work right now, so unfortunately he cannot join us from the field or from live coverage currently, but he is letting us know in chat that we do have pea-sized hail from the cells moving over Cedar Springs. So appreciate that, Jonah. Again, taking a look up there. Nothing too concerning in terms of severe weather, but again, just small hail, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, maybe some gustier winds as well, but nothing severe up here. And I do think it's not zero, but the severe threat is lower with these cells up here than with our activity down in southwest Michigan right now. Southwest Michigan really, I think, is the main show right now. And that's where we have active severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. So we'll go back to our tornado warning. That is our highest priority right now. Cassopolis, this rotation's right overhead. And again, it's not a definitive tight rotation. Let me look behind the scenes on another radar source. I will say I'll look a little bit higher up. This is a lower level look from the Northern Indiana radar. I want to take a look from the Grand Rapids radar, and this is a looking higher up, so not necessarily reflective of the surface, but definitely still some decent rotation signatures near the Cassopolis area. This is at the mid levels. Lower levels, going back to the Northern Indiana radar, it's not all that tight. I'll go to my debris tracker as well. I was double checking that near Eagle Point, but that is likely clear air. That is clear air. That's not a tornado on the ground near Cassopolis. That is clear air, likely. So take a look, because I go to our reflectivity. That's not in the higher reflectivity values. So that's not a tornado debris signature. That is just some clear air. So I'm taking a look at some other chaser feeds behind the scenes. I don't see a definitive indication of a tornado. But again, I would treat it as if there was one on the ground. And I would be taking cover right now in the Cassopolis, Eagle Point area, Brownsville, Vandalia, Calvin Center, Penn. That is where you need to be taking cover right now for a potential tornado. We are watching, just in case, we are watching feeds behind the scenes. I do not have permission to show them on stream, or I would, but again, just the potential for a tornado continues near the Cassopolis area. So at the very least, if it's not a tornado, I would not rule out some gusty, damaging winds in the Cassopolis area at the very least, along with large hail just north of that near the Penn area, heading into the Penn area right now, near Vandalia as well. Again, we are watching these cells as they merge into each other. We have to watch that, as if the mergers are just light, that can locally increase the tornado potential. So it would be near the Cassopolis areas where I would be concerned about that if that is going to happen. So if you're in Vandalia, Penn, Eagle Point, Brownsville, Calvin Center, eventually Williamsville as well, Jones, the Corey area, Fabius, Three Rivers, you are not in a tornado warning yet, but I would monitor this storm. If this continues on its current track of the rotation, I would not be all that surprised to see a tornado warning come out for more of Cass and potentially portions of St. Joseph County. This would include the Three Rivers area, also Fabius, and potentially Constantine. So this is just an early heads up that if this storm does hold together, tornado warnings may be required. In fact, I'll do a storm track off to the east for the rotating portion of this storm. Moving to the east at around 30 miles per hour. That's going to take it into the Vandalia area around 7:09. Fabius around 7:28. Three Rivers, downtown Three Rivers, potentially at 7:37. And Centerville at 7:47 as well. So if you're in these areas I'm calling out, you're not under a tornado warning yet. In Vidalia, you are in the tornado warning, but Fabius, Free River, Centerville, you're not in the tornado warning yet, but I would be paying attention, as one may potentially be issued soon if this storm continues on its current track. Again, taking a look at a rotation. It's still not all that tight, but it's definitely there. So definitely have to keep an eye on it, especially as these cells kind of merge into each other. If the mergers go just right, that can increase the tornado potential on a localized basis. I am going to say, take a look at it from the Grand Rapids radar too, and then we'll go back to our severe thunderstorm warning too for a quick update on that. Taking a look at it from the Grand Rapids area, we're still seeing Grand Rapids radar. We're still seeing some signs of mid-level rotation, definitely for sure. Passing through the Cassopolis area, passing through Vandalia right now. So definitely still want to take this storm seriously. Definitely want to be taking cover. Back up north to our severe thunderstorm warning. We are still watching signs of large hail, potentially just north of the Paw Paw area, heading through Almena. Then also potential for at least maybe some heavy downpours and damaging wind potential near the Madelon area. Taking a look at velocities, I'm not seeing a definitive rotation signature, but I am seeing some signs of potentially some gusty winds. Near the Almena area, north of Paw Paw, I'm seeing indications 40 to 50 mile per hour velocities is what I'm seeing here. So if you're near Pine Grove, near Alamo, potentially as well, I would be watching this for the potential of gusty winds in addition to the hail potential. Gusty to damaging winds. Again, it is warned for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So just something else to be aware of. And again, this activity further to the north, we don't have severe thunderstorm warnings for it. This is mainly a small hail, gusty wind, and heavy downpour threat, in addition to frequent lightning. We're watching this cell still further to the north, north of the Barrington area, near the Evart area. We are watching this cell. Again, just small hail, gusty wind potential. May hail up to nickel size as possible. So just something to be aware of. That is one step below severe thunderstorm criteria, which is quarter size. Again, our main focus right now continues to be with our tornado warning. That continues to be in effect for Cass County. Just taking a look at some other data here. All right, we'll go back to our velocity real quick on it. And again, if not a tornado, definitely damaging straight line wind potential heading into the Vandalia area, also Eagle Point and Brownsville. It's still not really all that tight. Okay, let me double check that near Vandalia. I think that is hail, though. That is hail, because it's in a very high reflectivity there. I think that is hail near the Vandalia area. That's not really, that velocity signature does not scream tornado to me. However, if you're in Vandalia, I would treat it as such. At the very least, you have very large hail and damaging, not very large hail, you have large hail, and damaging winds moving into the Vandalia and Penn areas. Again, these storms have had a history of hail up to $half size in diameter. We've had confirmed reports of that. And with the reflectivity values, I'm seeing dBz values around 70 dBz. So again, definitely something to watch. Yeah, that's definitely a hail signal there. I think near the Vandalia area. We'll have to see as this is getting ready to exit the warning polygon. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides to do, whether they issue a new tornado warning or not for Cass and St. Joseph. It could go either way, but that will be up to the National Weather Service here in the next few minutes. This tornado warning does expire in 9 minutes, so we'll have to see what the Weather Service decides to do. But again, take a look at our chaser feeds behind the scenes. Not seeing a definitive signal for a tornado on the ground. I had no reports of a tornado on the ground. What we've mainly been watching here is radar indicated rotation. And mainly been a hail producer so far. We hope that remains the case. Tegan is asking, how's the Wajak looking? Babies and I are in the basement. Definitely a good call being in the basement. I will say the strongest storms have cleared the Wajak area. I'm not really seeing anything that would suggest any more rotation into the Wajak area. I know the Wajak's still technically in the warning polygon, but that warning is going to expire here in the next few minutes, and it does look like they're going to go severe thunderstorm warning rather than tornado warning for Cass and St. Joseph counties. We'll go over that in just a moment, but the Wajak, the strongest storms are clearing your area to the east, so I mean, if it were me, since the polygon's still there, I would hang out there just for a few more minutes. But I definitely do think in the next 5 to 10 minutes, you'll definitely be able to come out of the basement in the Dawajak area. But I'm not really seeing an imminent concern anymore in the Dawajak area. But I would just hang out there just for a couple more minutes. But this tornado warning will be expiring in the next 7 minutes. And they are opting to go with severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning for Cass and St. Joseph counties. They do have the tornado possible tag on this warning. So this is going to be a heads up for eastern Cass and most of St. Joseph County. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is coming in. This warning is going to go until 7:45 p.m. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Again, it does also have the tornado possible tag on it. So they're still monitoring rotation in it like we are, but it's not really tight enough at this point to prompt a tornado warning. But, again, they're still watching it, as are we. But, again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, for northeastern Cass, really eastern Cass, and central St. Joseph counties. This goes until 7:45 p.m. At 7:06 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over the Cassopolis area, or 12 miles east of Dawajak, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Again, primary hazards with this is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source is radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Sturgis, Three Rivers, Constantine, White Pigeon, Centerville, Nottawa, Penn, the Mendon area, Vandalia, Paradise Lake, Klinger Lake, Donnell Lake, Fishers Lake, Fairfax, Jones, Corey Lake, the Rossepi area, Clear Lake, and Lake Lee. If you are in these areas, do remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Tegan, once these storms pass, that is going to be it for your severe potential for tonight. There is additional severe potential for tomorrow that we will talk about a little. Once we get the severe weather threat out of here, I'll go over those details. There is a live briefing that we did do earlier this morning. That's when around 9 o'clock. Jonah did do a live briefing that you can go back and watch on our YouTube and I believe our Facebook as well. You can go back and watch that live briefing if you'd like. That goes over tomorrow in a little bit more detail, but we'll go over it here later as well, just in case later on in the stream once we get the severe threat winding down. So again, taking a look at this severe thunderstorm warning, our potential, our severe thunderstorms are now clearing the Penn area. It's clearing Cassopolis. It's heading into the Fabius area, Constantine, Centerville, Free Rivers. You are all in the severe thunderstorm warning. So is Mendon and Sturgis. Sturgis area I know was hit really hard with damaging straight line winds just last week, just several days ago. You are in the severe thunderstorm warning for potential 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, along with a possible tornado. Take a look at velocities. Again, we're not really seeing a tight rotation signature. Fortunately, we never really saw awfully tight, other than Southeast Berrien County when it first developed. It was a little bit on the tighter side, but again, right now this is mainly broad rotation, and I'm more concerned for the moment by damaging straight line winds and also some large hail. Again, if you're in this tornado warning polygon, this is going to expire in the next couple of minutes. But if you're in Dowagiac, if you're in Cassopolis, you're in Penn and Volhynia, I would remain inside. There's still thunder and lightning in the area, but you can probably begin to come out of your tornado shelters in the next couple of minutes. This tornado warning will expire in the next 3 minutes, but I do feel at this point, especially Dowagiac, you can likely start to come out of your tornado shelters. I'm not really there's no storms off to the west that would indicate an imminent threat. Your severe threat is likely wrapping up for the evening. In the Dowagiac area, again, this tornado warning will drop off in the next few minutes. It has been replaced with this severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Cass and St. Joseph counties. Going back further to the north, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Van Buren and western Kalamazoo counties. This is mainly for large hail and damaging wind potential. Primarily large hail concern at this point is going to be right over the Doherty Corners area. Let me put on hail tracker over here real quick. Definitely not the strongest signal for hail I've ever seen, but that we'll take a look at correlation coefficient. Still some hail signal there, nothing too awfully strong, but velocity, gusty winds are certainly possible too on the order, likely 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, although it is warned for up to 60 miles per hour. So just something to definitely be aware of as well. But greatest hail signal here is going to be over the Doherty Corners area. That's going to take it into the Parchment area, north side of Kalamazoo, over the next few minutes. We'll have to see if they do issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of northern Kalamazoo County or not. It could go either way. They could also go special weather statement. Again, also watching these storms further to the north. I'm not really seeing anything too awful of these storms. Mainly small hail, gusty winds, and frequent lightning. Again, Jonah did report pea-sized hail a little bit earlier, around 6:55 in the Cedar Springs area from these storms. These are not severe, and I think the severe risk with these are not zero, I should say, but they're definitely on the lower end of things. And I'm really not seeing anything too concerning with these. These are just small hail producers, heavy downpours, and maybe some gusty winds and frequent cloudy brown lightning. Still monitoring this special weather statement to the north as well. Near the Barrington and Evar area, that's going to be moving towards the Harrison and Clare areas again. Hatton as well is not severe, but we're watching it closely. They have actually canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo and Van Buren counties. That severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. So, again, still some signals for maybe some small hail heading into the north side of Kalamazoo, heading into Parchment, but they are not concerned enough to prompt a continuous severe thunderstorm warning, and I don't think they're going to reissue one for northern Kalamazoo at this point either, because they just canceled the one that was in place. So, again, the tornado warning has officially dropped off. So if you're in Dowagiac, if you're in Cassopolis, you could come out of your tornado shelters if you have not already. The tornado threat is done. The warning has been allowed to expire, and you are clear likely for the evening in terms of severe weather potential. We are still monitoring the severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Cass County, areas east of Cassopolis, Vandalia, over towards Jones and Corey, Williamsville. It's heading into the Fabius and Free Rivers area over the next several minutes. Also Constantine, Centerville, Nottawa, the Wassepi area, Fairfax and Mendon, Findlay, Sturgis, the Clingers, Breezy Beach, and Bluff Beach area. If you're just north of White Pigeon as well, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. At this point, this is the only active severe thunderstorm warning in our area. But it's still nonetheless a strong severe thunderstorm. It still does have the tornado possible tag. I do want to look at velocity again. Fortunately, not a super tight rotation signature. This looks more like straight line winds for the moment. But we're going to be watching this nonetheless in case it does tighten up again. That's why the tornado possible tag is there. But my main concern here is really large hail. We're seeing indications on both correlation coefficient and also our hail tracker of some larger hail still near the Vandalia area, heading into Fabius, heading into Jones, Corey, also Fabius. This is on track for downtown Free Rivers as well, the potential for large hail, up to quarter size in diameter. I do want to put on rotation tracker real quick. Just take a look at our rotation parameters with this, and it's not really a defined area of rotation anymore. It's just kind of a weak mess of broad rotation. But nonetheless, we'll still be watching it in case it does tighten up again. That's why we have the tornado possible tag on it. But at this point, this is our only severe thunderstorm warning. It is in effect in our area. Let me take a look at it from a different perspective. This is going to be the Grand Rapids radar. See what it's looking like in the mid-levels. We're still showing some mid-level rotation. This is going to be near the Williamsville and Jones area. We are still showing mid-level rotation. In fact, it kind of looks like it's picking back up maybe just a little bit, at least in the mid-levels near Williamsville. So, but if you're in Jones, Corey, Fabius, this is mid-level rotation. We are looking higher up in the storm. In fact, I believe we are looking at around 6,000 feet from the Grand Rapids radar. Yeah, 6,000 feet. So it's higher up, not necessarily what's going on at the lower levels. Lower levels, it's not all that tight. But nonetheless, we are watching the storm still as it will be exiting Cass County over the next several minutes, heading primarily into St. Joseph County. Give me just a minute. I will do another storm track it off to the east. Tracking it off to the east at around 35 to 40 miles per hour. It's going to take it. Let me zoom in a little bit, get some more locations. Fabius at 729. Rain's already starting to pick up. This is for the strongest part of the storm. Free Rivers at 736. Again, the downpours are beginning to pick up. This is for the strongest part of this storm. Centerville at 745. The Colon area eventually at 802. And Burr Oak at 803 as well. This will eventually track into portions of Branch County as well if it continues to hold together. We'll be watching Branch County as well. At least severe thunderstorm warnings may eventually be required if this storm does hold together. But again, this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Cass County and into most of St. Joseph County for a potential 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Still does have the tornado possible tag on it as we continue on the velocity. This is mainly straight line wind right now, but we will be watching if this does start to tighten back up. Potential rotation is heading towards the Fabius area. If there's any rotation near the Fabius area, be heading towards Constantine. And potentially Free Rivers as well, we will need to watch over the next little bit. Some new information from Grand Rapids. We got half-inch hail being reported in the Kendall area in Kalamazoo County. This is half-inch hail being reported. This is in the last 20 minutes or so, some half-inch hail. Take a look at these storms. These are not severe storms. But nonetheless, some signals for small hail, especially in northern Kalamazoo County. Otherwise, maybe some gusty winds. If I go take a look at velocity, can't rule out some gusty winds in there as well. In addition to the heavy downpours and frequent cloudy ground lightning. We are monitoring additional storms further to the north, particularly across portions of Ionia and the Montcalm and Gratiot counties. None of these storms are particularly severe, but could be producing at least some small hail, in addition to heavy downpours and frequent lightning as well. And still monitoring these storms north as well. So that is going to be heading towards in the Clare County. We are watching these storms as well. Nothing super concerning with them at the moment. Just maybe some small hail again. Maybe some heavy downpours, gusty winds, and frequent lightning. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. Just a quick note up towards the Traverse City area for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We can't cover on that too long. That's out of our coverage area. But just wanted to make you aware of that up towards the Traverse City area. What I'm actually going to do is take radar off just for a moment and just take a general overview of the situation. Right now, if you're just joining us here, we've been live for over 3 hours now. I'm Jacob Melton, live here of West Michigan Weather. We are continuing to track strong to severe thunderstorms across portions of West Michigan this evening. We've had several severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings, and even a tornado warning that just expired not that long ago. It would have been for Berrien and Cass counties. We did have a tornado warning that has since expired. We do continue with one severe thunderstorm warning for Cass and St. Joseph counties. There is still this special weather statement as in effect for a few more minutes for portions of Lake, Newaygo, Mecosta, Osceola, Clare, and Isabella counties, but that storm responsible is tracking into Clare County and is not really posing imminent severe weather danger. We do continue with the severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for the next few hours till 11 p.m. That is in effect for areas along and south of I-96, and also it's also going to be in effect for Gratiot and Montcalm counties down towards the state line. All these areas in this kind of purplish, pinkish shading, that is your severe thunderstorm watch. That is in effect till 11 p.m. I do not think it will last all the way until 11 p.m. At least for portions of the area. They'll start canceling counties here relatively soon that are no longer expected to see severe thunderstorms this evening. But again, we're focusing right now on our one severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Cass and St. Joseph counties, mainly eastern Cass and in the most of St. Joseph County. Our storm is near the Fabius area right now. It does have the tornado possible tag. We've been monitoring rotation. It's not as definitely not anywhere near as tight as it was back in Berrien County when the warning first got issued. But we are watching some broad rotation heading into the Fabius area right now. Be heading into Constantine. It's going to be right along US 131 between Constantine and Three Rivers. What I feel we're mostly looking at is damaging straight line wind potential at the moment. I do want to put on a rotation tracker just to make sure. Again, what I'm mainly seeing we're looking at here, increase a tiny bit on the southern end near the Three Rivers State Game Area and Wood Lake Scout Reservation. But what I'm mainly looking at here, going back to our velocity, is going to be damaging straight line winds. We will be watching just in case the rotation does continue to tighten. I would not be all that surprised if that does happen to see another tornado warning. Looking at it from the Grand Rapids radar, this is higher up, but provides a mid-level look. Definitely still some rotation in the mid-levels of this storm, near the Fabius and Constantine areas. Again, I don't have any indications of a tornado on the ground, and I have not seen any reports from this storm of a tornado on the ground at any point. However, we are going to continue to watch it if it does continue to tighten up. But at this point, our main concern will continue to be damaging straight line winds and hail up to quarter size in diameter. This storm has had a history of producing hail as high as $half size near the Pokagon area in Cass County. Also had several reports in Berrien and Cass County of quarter size hail. So the storm nonetheless is still strong to severe. We're still watching the storm for both hail and wind damage potential. And in case rotation does tighten back up, there's still the tornado possible tag on it. For some potential for spin up tornado. Again, I will say we are expecting these storms with time to form into more of a line rather than the cellular type structure. It will form into more of a line. That will increase that will decrease the large hail and tornado potential by some extent, but it will increase our damaging wind potential as it continues to move out to the east. So just something to be aware of. We'll have to be watching for increasing damaging wind potential as the storm forms into more of a line. And same goes for the rest of the area further to the north as well. We're not further to the north. We're not as concerned about severe weather right now. Kalamazoo County, we're not seeing anything too concerning. Maybe some hail signals east of the Plainwell area in the southeast Allegan County. Right along M89, we're seeing some little hail signals, maybe some small hail. And for Vicells to the north, same goes for these storms up to the north of I-96. Again, we're not seeing anything too concerning with these. Mainly small hail, maybe some gustier winds and heavy rainfall. I will say in Montcalm County, there is a little bit of thunderstorm training going on. So we may have to watch for a little bit of heavier rainfall, maybe some ponding issues with time as well. In fact, there is actually a flood advisory. This is outside of our coverage area. But in Bay and Midland counties, they have issued a flood advisory again. Just so that localized heavy rainfall could produce some localized minor flooding issues. Not going to be as big of a concern today as tomorrow. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, we'll go over that a little bit later. Alright, so they are updating our severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to be from the Northern Indiana office. If you are in Berrien County, you have been removed from the severe thunderstorm watch. So Berrien County, your severe threat is done for this evening. So Berrien County, your threat's done for the evening. Cass and St. Joseph counties, along Branch and Hillsdale County, along with most counties, along south of I-96 and Gratiot and Isabella counties, you're still in the severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. But we only have one active severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be in effect for eastern Cass and St. Joseph counties. I will say the strongest part of the storm will be exiting Cass County in the next few minutes. Still near the Jones and Corey area, I could definitely see some hail ongoing, potentially in that area. Heading into Fabius right now. But our main concern here is definitely damaging winds. We're still monitoring for signs of rotation in it. I'm not seeing anything definitive, at least in the low levels of rotation. A lot of what I'm seeing here is a straight line wind concern. Heading into Fabius, into Constantine, and also Three Rivers right now. This is mainly they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning. They have dropped the tornado possible tag, which is good news. They have dropped the tornado possible tag. So now this is primarily just a quarter size hail and 60 mile per hour wind concern. They have dropped our tornado possible tag, which tends to make sense. Again, this is kind of becoming more of a line structure now, which does decrease the tornado. And with time, hail threat will begin to decrease as well. But this is going to become more of a damaging wind threat as it continues to move to the east. So again, they have dropped the tornado possible tag from the warning. The warning's still in effect for a small eastern section of Cass County, right along M40. So Jones, the Corey area are still in it, but this storm's quick. This storm's moving off to the east at around 20 miles per hour. It'll be out of there in the next few minutes. Again, we're not really seeing a tornado concern at the moment of these storms. This is mainly a damaging wind and hail potential. Taking a look at hail potential, we're still seeing some signals for hail near the Fabius area. That's be tracking into Free Rivers over the next few minutes. Let me put our hail tracker on, see what that's looking like. Hail tracker's a little bit delayed, but we're still showing a decent signal near the Fabius area a little bit ago. Fortunately, this is a delayed product, but going back to reflectivity, that matches up with the higher there is higher reflectivity over the Fabius area. So if there is going to be quarter-size hail, that is where we'll be watching. And this is our only active severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the moment. Is across really St. Joseph County at this point. If you're in Cass County, I know the small eastern section's still in it, but at this point, this storm is departing off to the east of Cass County. I do have another report that did come in around 23 minutes ago from Vandalia. This is when it was tornado warned of half-dollar size hails. The storm has had a history of producing hail as large as half-dollar size. I do think the large hail potential will decrease with time, but notice how it's now congealing into a line as it heads through St. Joseph County. That will begin to increase our damaging wind potential with time. Heading further north, taking a look at these storms further to the north, we are watching this cell near Lake Odessa, near the Woodland area. We are watching that. Not really imminently concerning, but maybe some rotation there. Potentially near the Woodland area. Let me take a look at that. Some of that could be noise too, but just keeping an eye on that near the Woodland area. This cell is showing a little bit of rotation. Nothing imminently concerning, but we'll be watching this cell too. So Woodbury, Woodland, Sunfield, just be aware of this cell, Lake Odessa. It's not a severe storm at the moment. I'm not seeing anything of extreme concern here, but it's just something we are watching. Further to the north with these storms, again, not really an imminent severe concern here. Again, mainly just gusty winds, maybe some small hail and heavy downpours across Gratiot and then Montcalm County as well. Back up through Isabel and Clare counties. None of these are imminently severe. Mainly just a downpour and maybe some small hail and gusty wind threat. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning, and I'm also going to note that if you are in, this is from the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, if you are in Allegan, Kent, Ottawa, and Van Buren counties, you have been cleared from the severe thunderstorm watch. Again, Allegan, Kent, Ottawa, and Van Buren counties, you have been cleared from the severe thunderstorm watch. So Grand Rapids area, you're clear. Holland area, you're clear. Allegan, you're clear. Also, the South Haven area, down through Paw Paw, and Decatur area, just name a few areas you are clear from the severe weather threat for tonight. The severe thunderstorm watch has been dropped. If you are east of those counties, including Gratiot, Montcalm, Ionia, Clinton, Berry County, Eaton, Ingham, Jackson, Calhoun, Kalamazoo counties, and also Cass County are still in the watch, but the storms have departed to your east. But also St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties, you're still in the severe thunderstorm watch. You still have at least somewhat of a severe thunderstorm threat, at least through potentially through 11 p.m., but I do think that'll end up being dropped just a little bit earlier than 11 p.m. I do think by 9-10 p.m., the danger for severe weather will be to the east of the area. So again, we're just watching our severe thunderstorm warning that does continue for St. Joseph County for the next 10 minutes. Does continue for, again, technically the small section of East Central Cass, but really it's east of Cass County at this point. Primarily a St. Joseph County issue. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Strongest part of this storm is passing just to the south of Three Rivers right now. It's where I'm seeing the highest reflectivity. I want to take a look at velocities. Maybe a little bit of rotation northeast of Constantine. Southwest of Centerville. Again, this looks primarily to be straight line winds, but we're seeing a little bit of weak rotation there, so we'll be watching that. Just in case something does spin up. Again, there's no tornado possible tag on it or anything like that. But just something we are noticing here, a little bit of weak rotation. But I think our main concern here will continue to be damaging straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter size hail. And again, we're just seeing a general trend of these storms. They are kind of getting away from that supercellular structure we were looking at earlier. It's now congealing into more of a line type situation. As that happens, in fact, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now coming in. This is going to be for southeastern St. Joseph County. This is going to include the Sturgis area. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in now. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is going to include Sturgis area. This is also the Burr Oak and Fallen River areas. This is going to be for this section of the developing line of storms. This is going to be for this storm right here, right over to Scott, Indiana area, right over Interstate 8090. This is where we're showing very high reflectivity values. Again, this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. I will go ahead and pull up the warning text from the National Weather Service. And again, this was issued at 7:36 p.m. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern LaGrange County, in northeastern Indiana, and also southeastern St. Joseph County in southwest Michigan. That is our focus here. This goes until 8:15 p.m. At 7:36 p.m., a severe thunderstorm is located near White Pigeon, or 8 miles southwest of Sturgis, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Primary hazard here is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Sources radar indicated. Impacts, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Sturgis, Scott, Fallen River, Burr Oak, Shipshewana area, Brighton, Howell, Findlay, Klinger Lake, and Ontario. Some of these locations are in northern Indiana, but just wanted to mention those, just in case we might have any viewers just across the state line. But again, to report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will send your report to the National Weather Service office in northern Indiana. Speaking of reports, if you have any storm reports or damage reports or something like that to pass along to us, please feel free to do so. That is I'm going to post a link right now in chat for that. Again, that's going to be www.westmichiganweather.net/report. Or you could also let us know in the comments of the live stream. We are watching chat here. But feel free to let us know if you happen to have any hail reports, wind reports, damage reports, or anything like that. Please let us know. It's greatly appreciated. But taking a look at our new severe thunderstorm warning, I'm definitely seeing a hail signal of this. Looking at reflectivity, I'm seeing values here near 70 dBz. South and east in the White Pigeon area, south of Breezy Beach and Clingers, is where I'm seeing this hail signature. Take a look at correlation coefficient. Definitely a hail signal in that as well. I want to throw on hail tracker real quick as well. Yeah, definitely a couple areas of large hail we're watching, at least on this particular scan. One near the Scott area that's going to be moving into the Sturgis area over the next several minutes. And also another signal near Constantine and White Pigeon. That's going to be associated as these storms kind of merge into each other. And take a look at velocities. We're also seeing an elevated area of wind. Not seeing severe level winds, but nonetheless, gusty to damaging winds will be possible. Near the Breezy Beach, near the Clingers area, that's going to be moving in the direction of Sturgis as well over the next several minutes. Unfortunately, Sturgis was hit fairly hard this last Thursday. With wind damage. Last week, they were hit really hard with wind damage. And again, not only damaging wind potential, for hail potential as well will be coming in over the next several minutes in the Sturgis area. And we'll pass along a few new reports in just a moment. I do want to do a storm track on this. Okay, let me try that again a bit further to the east. Give me just a moment. A bit further to the east, moving off the northeast around 35 miles per hour. It's going to take it into Sturgis at 7:51. It's already downpouring there. This is for the strongest part of this particular storm. The Burr Oak area eventually at 8:01. The Bronson area at 8:12. Madison at 8:16. And Bethel, Bethel at 8:21 p.m. And again, I am watching this on the southwest side, right near the state line. Kind of watching that reflect. We might be seeing a little bit of increasing rotation as well. As these cells kind of merge into each other, you can get these increasing areas of rotation from time to time. We are watching what could be that ongoing near the White Pigeon and Breezy Beach areas. So if you're in Breezy Beach, if you're in Bluff Beach, the Clingers area, north and west of Sturgis, I'd be keeping an eye on this, just in case we do see a brief tornado spin up. Not seeing a definitive imminent signal of that. But just with these cells kind of merging into each other, you can kind of get, sometimes you can get those brief spin ups that happen due to that. So we'll be watching that over the next few minutes. Getting some more hail reports from back in Cass County. Some very large hail reports, actually. Vandalia area, train spotter reporting golf ball size hail at 7:05. And in Pokagon, this would have been at 5:05 p.m., 5:45 p.m., I should say. We've had a report of 2-inch diameter hail. That's significant hail, folks. Significant hail is considered 2 inches in diameter or greater, or around golf ball to egg size hail. That is what we've been seeing here in Cass County. We've had several reports of that around the Pokagon area. So it sounds like the Pokagon area got hit with some potentially very large hail with these storms earlier. Another report from Cassopolis at 6:59 of quarter-size hail. So, and again, speaking of hail, greatest concern right now with that is going to be just to the west of Sturgis. Just look at our reflectivity values. We're continuing to see elevated dBz values, potentially around 70 dBz. So still some large hail potential for sure, potentially heading into the Sturgis area. So if you're in Sturgis right now, I would be heading away from the windows. I would be on the lower floors of your home. Just kind of stay away from those windows. Let this storm pass on by. We're seeing some definite indications of potential large hail heading into the Sturgis area over the next few minutes. Potentially. It's right along US 12 right now. Especially west side of Sturgis. If there's the area to be more concerned of, it's the west side of Sturgis. Also Clingers, Bluff Beach, Sandy Beach, Breezy Beach. Back for White Pigeon as well. Take a look at velocity as well. Seeing maybe a little bit of rotation begin to pick up again. Or at the very least, damaging straight line winds near east of the White Pigeon area. We are over breezy in Bluff Beach. We are seeing some little bit of increasing rotation potential there as well. Olivia says either my phone is messed up with its volume or let me know, guys, if anyone watch, if you are having audio issues, let me know. Seems to be going out fine on my end, but do let me know, just in case I do need to diagnose a problem. So if anyone watching, please do let me know what you're seeing. Do let me know if my audio is sounding okay. Just a second, just making sure my audio it should be going out. So again, somebody do let me know if we are having audio problems in chat. But again, we're just going to continue on just in case. So again, what we're mentioning here. Thank you, Jazzifer. Loud and clear for me on mobile. Thank you very much for that, Jazzifer. So yeah, Olivia, probably something with your device. Check your volume or yeah, I'm hearing reports that's just fine for me on from other sources. So we're gonna continue on with this. Just still watching this severe thunderstorm warning, mainly for southeastern St. Joseph County right now. However, just outside this warning, we're seeing some increasing. And thank you, Jazzifer, again on YouTube as well. Thank you for that. Monitoring some signs of rotation here, potentially near the Bluff Beach area. Debris tracker. I'm not seeing a tornado on the ground or anything like that at the moment. But just with some of these storms kind of merging into each other, you can get some weirdness from time to time that happens, including a brief tornado touchdown. And I am concerned for that is increasing just a little bit. Northeast of Bluff Beach. If you're near Schimmel Road and Featherstone Road, we're seeing a little bit of rotation. Debris tracker, we're not showing anything in terms of an active tornado on the ground, but if you're in Sturgis right now, you are likely seeing hail, wind, a lot of heavy downpours and lightning. It's just definitely not good out there right now. I would definitely be inside right now, preferably away from those windows, as there could be some hail falling in the area. Also, near the Kirsch Municipal Airport is where we're seeing this signal. Yeah, we're still seeing very high reflectivity values. Looking at a correlation coefficient, we're seeing some hail signals there too. Daniel's saying it just went through Three Rivers. Lots of wind and rain, hail as well. Thank you for that. Three Rivers, it is passing to your east now, so is passing to your east of Three Rivers now, and your severe weather threat is wrapping up for the evening. So, okay. I do have to pass along a correction to a storm report from the Pokagon area. This would have been the 2-inch hail report. The National Weather Service is correcting the time on that from 5:45 to 6:45. So that 2-inch hail in the Pokagon area was at 6:45, not 5:45. Just a simple mistake. Likely hit the 5 instead of the 6 on the keyboard when writing up the report. Keep in mind, they're very busy there at the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana. So sometimes things like that slip by. They're doing a great job this evening for our folks at the National Weather Service, not only in Northern Indiana, but Grand Rapids as well. They've been doing a great job this evening with the warnings and the storm reports, doing a great job with continue to do so as these storms continue to move through the area. We'll zoom back in. I will say rotation, maybe still a little bit of rotation there. I'm going to check that out. Northeast of Bluff Beach. I'm not confidently saying it's a tornado debris signature. A little more noisy than I'd like to call it definitively. But just of what we're seeing there, If you're south of the Nottawa area, I would definitely be in shelter right now, just as the course of least regret. I'm gonna loop this. We're getting a new scan in here, so yeah, a new scan coming in, so we'll be able to see in just a moment. But nonetheless, if you're in Sturgis right now, you're seeing heavy rain, hail, likely gusty to damaging winds. Also, frequent cloud ground lightning. These storms are producing quite a bit of lightning as well. I just want to check out. Um, all right, definitely nothing. Don't want to say anything too definitive there. Just watching that signal there could have been. I don't want to say tornado on the ground. I don't, but just something we are watching. But again, this is our only severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. Is for southeastern St. Joseph County, around the Sturgis area, um, around Burr Oak, Fallen River. You're getting into the thick of this storm right now, with likely gusty to damaging winds ongoing. Um, Further to the north, we're watching storms further to the north as well. None of these are particularly severe, but just maybe with these, maybe some small hail, maybe some gustier winds. I will say near Stanton is one of those better storms likely producing some hail right now. Near the Stanton and Sydney areas. I'm just checking that out. Um, Likely on the order of small hail. Okay, hail tracker's a little bit elevated there near the Stanton area, near Sydney. Correlation coefficient indicates a little bit of hail, and reflectivity is indicating some hail likely near the Sydney and Stanton areas. We'll have to be watching that, just in case it becomes severe level hail. I want to check velocity out, maybe some gusty winds as well. Not necessarily severe, but we'll be watching this cell as well, just in case it does end up turning severe. It's going to be in Montcalm County, right along M66 is where we're seeing that. Another cell near Freeport, near the Kent and Berry County line could be producing some hail as well. A lot of these could be producing some small hail. If you're in Gratiot County, you're not in imminent severe weather danger at this time. But if you're in Sumner, this will be heading towards the Ithaca and Alma areas eventually as well. We'll be watching these storms just in case they do ramp up a little bit more. You are in the severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. So we'll be watching those. Right now, our only severe thunderstorm warning takes us to St. Joseph County, where we've been watching these storms. Well, it was initially a supercell thunderstorm that moved through Berrien and Cass County. It's kind of merged into kind of this mess that is producing gusty to damaging winds and also some hail. Still seeing some signals for hail. I'll go to our hail tracker. Still seeing signals for hail in the Sturgis area. So, if anyone in Sturgis happens to be watching, and let us know what you're seeing in chat, that would be greatly appreciated. If anyone is watching from the Sturgis area. Again, I do have another report coming in of 2-inch hail from the Vandalia area. This is at 7:12. This report came in. This is from a train spotter. 2.17-inch measured hailstone, measured with photo. Also observed ping pong, the golf ball size hail. So again, sounds like the Vandalia area in particular in Cass County got hit with some decent hail with the storm, which was not surprising. Looking back at radar earlier, that does not surprise me. In fact, I'll go back a little bit with the looping, just a little bit. I think 30 scans or so should be enough. Yeah, it does not surprise me looking at radar back a little bit. that does not surprise me looking at radar. What we were seeing on radar at the time does not surprise me that we had large, significant hail in the Vandalia area of Cass County. So, again, our hail signature here, let me lower that back down to 10 scans. See a decreasing hail signature across southeastern St. Joseph County. It's not showing as bright as it was earlier, but nonetheless, still some potential for at least small hail and also damaging winds. Up to 60 mile per hour does continue for the next 20 minutes across southeastern St. Joseph County. And I'm also worried this is another one of those areas where we could see heavy rainfall in a short period of time. As these storms kind of merged into each other, we are noticing some thunderstorm training going on along the US 12 corridor there in St. Joseph County from White Pigeon through Sturgis and then even into the Bronson area in Branch County. So I would not be surprised along just north of the US 12 corridor. I would not be surprised if we start seeing some ponding of the roadways, maybe some localized minor flooding issues develop. As these storms are kind of merging into themselves and we're starting to see some thunderstorm training going on. So something else to be aware of. If this continues, I would not be surprised to see at least a flood advisory potentially come out for portions of St. Joseph County as well. Going back further to the north, checking out our other storms. None of these are severe. Through Calhoun, Berry, in Ionia counties, none of these are severe. Our signal for potential signal for hail we were seeing near Stanton, it's still there, but it's not showing as strong as it was earlier. However, still some hail potentially in the Stanton area. Just looking at reflectivity, I do want to put hail tracker on. That has decreased a little bit as well, fortunately. So, nonetheless, still some small hail potentially in the Stanton area. Maybe some gusty winds as well, but nothing imminently concerning in terms of a severe threat across Montcalm and Gratiot counties. We'll be watching it closely just in case something does turn severe. But right now, our main severe concern is going to be St. Joseph County, entering Branch County shortly. I do want to say in southwest Branch County, I am seeing increasing velocities, potentially 50 to 55 mile per hour. Okay, we're starting to see 50 to 60 mile per hour velocities being noted, leaving St. Joseph County and entering southwest Branch County. If that does continue, I would not be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning come out shortly for Branch County for the potential damaging winds and hail as well. It's a straight line wind. I'm not seeing any concerns for a tornado or anything like that. This is straight line wind. But areas like Gilead, Bronson, Batavia, potentially Madison as well. Eventually Coldwater if it holds together. Just a heads up for Branch County. We'll be watching this as well. I would not be surprised to see severe thunderstorm warnings come out shortly for the potential 60 mile per hour winds along with hail. That is continuing to increase on my alternative radar source. Pulling it up on our alternative radar source. All right, we are showing winds of 60 miles per hour now. Near the Fawn River area, we are showing increasing velocities. It's right across the county line, right near the county line of St. Joseph and Branch County, near US 12. We are seeing increasing velocities in this area. It is still a couple thousand feet up, but still we are showing velocities approaching severe limits near this area, southeast of Burr Oak. That's going to be heading towards Bronson, heading towards Batavia as well with time. Madison, and eventually Coldwater. I do want to do a storm track for this. I'm going to do a storm track off to the northeast. It's going to take it into Bronson at 8:12, Batavia 8:21, Coldwater at 8:30 as well. So just an early heads up right along the US 12 corridor pretty much is where we're watching. Some increasing potential for damaging winds heading into Branch County. Again, I would not be all that surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning come in shortly for Branch County. Otherwise, just a mess of heavy rainfall, some hail potential still. Really just high winds heading out. That will be heading out of St. Joseph County eventually into Branch County. Look behind the scenes. Some information. Nothing. Anything else of particular note coming in? Okay. All right. Nothing particularly of note coming in. I'm just going to do a general reset of the entire situation across West Michigan real quick. I'm going to take off radar just for a second. So if you're just joining us here, been live for approaching 4 hours now. I'm Jacob Melton. I'm live here with West Michigan weather. Continuing to track strong to severe thunderstorms right now, mainly across the state line is where our strongest storms are right now. We do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for St. Joseph County, although I am seeing potential that one may be needed for Branch County in just a moment. We'll go over that in more detail in just a minute. But again, we do continue with a severe thunderstorm watch as well. The only severe thunderstorm warning we have right now is St. Joseph County, southeastern portions of St. Joseph County specifically. We do continue with severe thunderstorm watches for Montcalm, Gratiot, Clinton, Ionia, Berry, Eaton, Ingham counties, also Kalamazoo, Calhoun and Jackson counties, and Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties. You do continue with this severe thunderstorm watch that does go until 11 p.m. I do think it will end up being dropped before its 11 p.m. expiration. Because I do think by 9-10 o'clock we will begin to clear off severe weather threat across the area. Current time right now is 8:02, approaching 8:03. I do want to put radar back up. Again, our severe thunderstorms are down towards the state line right now. We are watching other non-severe thunderstorms north of the state line across Calhoun, Eaton, back through Ionia counties, in the Montcalm and Gratiot counties, and Isabella counties as well. None of these are particularly severe, but any one of these could be producing heavy downpours, maybe some small hail, also some gusty winds from time to time, and some frequent cloud ground lightning. But our main concern in terms of severe weather right now is down near the state line, associated with these storms in St. Joseph and entering Branch County. I'm getting a lot of reports from St. Joseph County around the Sturgis area, in particular of half-inch hail. I've been getting several reports of that over the last few minutes of half-inch hail. And taking a look at velocities, I'm still seeing some signs of gusty winds, potentially approaching severe limits in southwest Branch County near Bronson, right along US 12 right now near Deer Park Road. This will be heading into Bronson over the next few minutes. I do want to take a look behind the scenes. Just take a look behind the scenes. Consumers outage map. Not really seeing anything. Going further south. Some of those outages are existing outages. Okay, we do have a few outages being reported. Nothing particularly widespread, though, which is good news. Of course, there are still likely some outages from last week down around the Sturgis area. So, definitely watching that. It was a rather large outage across portions of Ionia County. From this is due to an equipment failure, however, according to the consumer's map. Just looking behind the scenes. But again, our main focus right now is on these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for St. Joseph County. We are watching Branch County as well, just in case we do see an additional warning come in. But nonetheless, even in Branch County, just be aware of the potential for at least gusty winds, at least some small hail along with heavy rainfall. That is continuing to move across Branch County now. Bronson, the lead area. Madison's moving in. Batavia, it'll be in the cold water area. And be in the cold water area as well over the next little bit. Dustin is letting us know that about nickel-size hail for a good 10 minutes in White Pigeon. I'm assuming White Pigeon. But all calm and looks past us now. Yes, Dustin, these storms are off to your east now, and your severe weather threat is wrapping up for the evening. They're in the White Pigeon area. So, yeah, those storms are departing to your east now. We're still watching the Sturgis area. Just still some leftover hail and gusty to damaging wind potential. However, and we're also still watching Branch County for some elevated hail and wind potential as well. But yes, White Pigeon, you are clearing out from the severe weather threat for the evening. Seeing a question about Indianapolis. Indianapolis is well out of our coverage area, but there is severe thunderstorm warnings in the Indianapolis area. I would recommend you go to your local sources down there in the Indianapolis area for additional information, as that is outside of our coverage area. But yes, I am aware of the severe thunderstorm warnings down in that area. But I would follow local sources down in the Indianapolis area for more information regarding that. Again, we do only have the one severe thunderstorm warning currently. In our coverage area in West Michigan, we're mainly watching St. Joseph County still for the next 7 minutes. There's no warning for Branch County, but we are watching Branch County as well. Just with some of the indications we've been seeing on radar. At least some hail indications, along with gusty to potentially damaging winds. I will say, I'll go back to velocity real quick. We'll stick on velocity. I will say our signals for damaging wind have come down just a little bit, but I am still seeing 40 to 50 mile an hour winds be a possibility across Branch County. Bronson, Bethel, Batavia, down for cold water. Heading into the cold water area over the next 2 minutes is where we'll be watching that. There's one final push of hail and wind. Take a look at both velocities and reflectivity. One final push of potential small hail and gusty winds moved through the Sturgis area. Many of the reports I've been seeing has been of half-inch hail in the area of Sturgis. So, not seeing an official confirmation of large hail, fortunately. But into Branch County as well. Madison, you're likely seeing some small hail. Bronson, be heading into Batavia in the next few minutes. We'll be watching Sherwood as well, potentially. And eventually Coldwater as well. Further north, we're still watching storms across Calhoun and Eaton counties. Not seeing anything of particular concern here. Mainly just heavy downpours, maybe some small hail, gustier winds, and maybe some gusty wind potential, and maybe some cloud-to-ground lightning. Same goes further to the north if you're in Montcalm and Gratiot counties. Again, just not seeing a whole lot of concern. Maybe some gustier winds potentially in Gratiot County. The order of maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour. That's going to be moving into the Alma area, into Ithaca over the next few minutes. And just through Gratiot County in particular. And then back in the eastern Montcalm County, we are seeing, same type of deal north of the Crystal area, northeast Montcalm County. Passing along a new update to our severe thunderstorm watch. If you are in Berry and Kalamazoo counties, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. The severe thunderstorm watch will continue for Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Gratiot, Ingham, Ionia, Jackson, and Montcalm counties through 11 p.m. But Berry and Kalamazoo counties, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. I'm also going to mention Cass County. You have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch as well. That has just come through from the National Weather Service in northern Indiana. So Cass County, you are dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch as well. So that does leave St. Joseph County, Branch, and Hillsdale counties in the northern Indiana coverage area. That is our counties along the state line. You are still in the severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. We do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning just for 4 more minutes. For 4 more minutes across southeastern St. Joseph County. We still don't have a severe thunderstorm warning for Branch County. However, nonetheless, some stronger storms are moving across Branch County right now. Mainly some small hail concerns and gusty winds. Madison is the most likely area seeing some smaller hail right now. Just looking at reflectivity values, looking at our correlation coefficient. I'll also throw on our hail tracker. Still showing an elevated signal for hail around the Madison area. Likely on the order of small hail right now. But we'll be continuing to watch that. Just in case it does ramp up a little bit more. Severe thunderstorm warning may still be a possibility for Branch County. Rebron is asking about the Marshall area. Marshall, you're just seeing some downpours right now, potentially. You did have some storms come through that were not severe. The strongest part of those storms are departing to your east. And the storms down in Branch County will likely stay to your south. So Marshall, I would remain inside just with the leftover lightning danger in the area, but your severe weather threat will begin to come down here over the next little bit as well. We will watch the storms down in Branch County, but those should remain to your south. But yes, Marshall area is okay right now. LeBron. I will say, taking a look at velocity, at least on my other source. Going to take a look at southeast of Batavia area in Branch County. We are seeing a little bit of an increase in velocities on the order of approaching severe threshold, not quite there. 50 to 55 mile per hour velocities. We are watching at my other radar source. We are seeing winds starting to approach severe threshold there, but we'll be keeping an eye on that over the next few minutes. If that does continue to increase, I would not rule out a severe thunderstorm warning for Branch County. However, still likely some gusty winds in the Batavia, Bethel areas, heading towards especially the south side of Coldwater. Is where we'll be watching. In fact, there is a camera, and I will pull up behind the scenes from Coldwater. Give me just a second to pull that up. This is behind the scenes. I'll be pulling this up. Don't have permission to show it on the live stream, unfortunately. Taking a look at a few cameras around the Coldwater area. Starting to notice the rain pick up, and which is to be expected. Noticing rain start to pick up. I would anticipate wind to pick up. Also some frequent lightning. Just looking at some of the cameras behind the scenes in the cold water area. So again, there's no active severe thunderstorm warning for Branch County, but just some of the data behind the scenes indicate an increasing wind threat, particularly across central and southern Branch County is where that would be. Scenes. Take a look at velocity one more time. This is the area we are watching, just to the south of Coldwater. That's where we're watching for some increased wind potential. Other than that, though, we currently do not have active severe thunderstorm warnings. The warning that was in effect for southeastern St. Joseph County has expired. Tell you what I'm going to do, though. Just with some of the signals I'm seeing on radar in Branch County, I do want to stick around, at least for a few more minutes, just to make sure we're not about to have a new one be issued for Branch County. But nonetheless, in Branch County, just definitely some heavy rainfall, definitely some gusty wind potential. Potentially some small hail as well, particularly on near and northwest of Coldwater is where I'm seeing the better signal for hail at the moment. However, right now, at least right now, it is below the severe threshold. Going further north on the radar tour, if you're in eastern Calhoun County, nothing of particular concern there, just some downpours. Let me reload the radar system. As it's been running for over 4 hours straight, sometimes it gets a little bit finicky. You have to kind of clear that up. But again, eastern Calhoun County, east of Marshall, main thing I've seen here, maybe some gusty winds, but heavy downpours and frequent lightning. Potentially some small hail around the Charlotte area. Unlikely to be severe. Same goes of these storms. Also less of Eaton County into Clinton County. These cells also in Ionia County, up in the Montcalm and Gratiot counties. Nothing of particular concern for the moment with these storms. These are mainly a small hail, maybe some gusty wind threat, some cloud to ground lightning, but nothing of particular concern with these storms. Again, we do continue with the severe thunderstorm watch for St. Joseph County, although if you are in St. Joseph County, the storm threat is exiting to your east right now. But nonetheless, Branch, Hillsdale, Calhoun, Jackson, Eaton, Ingham, Ionia, Montcalm, and Gratiot counties do continue the severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. So again, these storms are approaching the 127 corridor, and I do expect them to exit the 127 corridor over the next couple of hours. So by 9, 10 o'clock at the latest, I do think we'll be wrapping up the severe weather threat for the evening. And since we don't have any active severe thunderstorm warnings, I do want to go over a couple of things. A couple of additional things. I'm going to pull up our outlooks and hide the watches. So we'll go to our day one outlook first. Let me pull that up. So tomorrow we do continue with for tonight, I should say. For tonight, we do continue with a slight risk of severe weather. This is going to be for areas along and south of I-96 is our slight risk of severe weather. We do continue with a marginal risk for the rest of the West Michigan area. However, I do think that that will be updated here soon at 9 o'clock. Our 9 o'clock update is due in about 40 minutes or so. So we'll have to see what happens with that. I do want to show off tomorrow's outlook too, though. This is our severe weather outlook for tomorrow. In case you missed our live briefing earlier today, we do have a marginal to slight risk across much of the area along and south of I-96. Greater storm severe threat locally, I think, will be down along and south of I-94, and even far southwest Michigan, right along the state line, right along US 12. There is a little bit of this orange shading that is an enhanced risk for severe weather. Further to the south, though, we do have a moderate risk in place for portions of Illinois and Indiana. This is for the potential strong tornadoes, potentially strong. I cannot fully rule out violent tornadoes potentially tomorrow on the order of EF2, EF3, maybe even EF4. Tornadoes are a possibility tomorrow across portions of Illinois and Indiana. And what happens to our severe threat locally, in case you missed the explainer there, will really depend on where the warm front sets up. Most data suggests it stays south of the state line. However, if it does sneak up in the I-94 corridor, that would increase our severe weather potential a bit more. That's when we get increased potential for damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Right now, if we do see severe weather tomorrow, I mainly think a damaging wind threat would be the concern. But what is really more of a concern, in my opinion, at least in our area, is I'm going to go to our excessive rainfall outlook for tomorrow. And as you can see here, much of the area is in a slight risk for severe weather. Although, heads up if you are in Berrien County. If you are in portions of Berrien County, you have been upgraded to a moderate risk. A moderate risk for flash flooding. I do believe Jonah mentioned this earlier, but this is the first time in West Michigan weather, in the history of West Michigan weather, that a portion of our coverage area has been under a moderate risk or a level 3 out of 4 risk for flash flooding or excessive rainfall. So if you're in Berrien County especially, you really need to be alert for the potential of flash flooding tomorrow, but really across most of West Michigan, you need to be of alert for potential flooding issues from tomorrow. For the potential of just with the amount of heavy rainfall, that's really becoming the main concern. Really more than the severe weather, which is still a concern tomorrow. But heavy rainfall resulting in flash flooding could definitely be a concern. We could see areas seeing 2, 3, 4 inches of rain tomorrow. Look at some of the model data. We'll have additional updates on this throughout the day tomorrow, but just be aware of that potential. Not only for severe weather tomorrow, but also flash flooding, which is becoming an increasing concern for our area. At this point, though, I do want to go back to radar. We'll go back to radar for right now. Let me get our warnings back up. Again, we still don't have any active severe thunderstorm warnings. We are mainly watching Branch County still. Still seeing at least some indications on radar of gusty winds. Potentially 50 miles an hour or so heading through eastern Branch County right now. An additional area maybe in southwestern Branch County. That's going to be heading towards Hillsdale County. However, we still don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. And if I don't see one be issued in the next couple of minutes, I may consider beginning to scale back our live coverage, as I've been live for over 4 hours here and haven't had dinner yet tonight, and might eventually want to go get some dinner. So again, even if I do scale back coverage, we'll still be here monitoring behind the scenes for the next couple of hours, and if an additional warning gets issued, of course, we'll be right back here covering it live if we need to. But in the meantime, we'll take one more tour of the radar situation. Starting to the north, if you are in Gratiot County, These storms are not severe moving across Gratiot County. This is mainly a heavy rainfall, maybe some locally gusty wind and small hail threat. But we're not really looking at a major severe weather threat of these storms, I don't think. Further down to the south, we are watching Clinton and Ionian counties. These are not severe. Maybe some gusty winds potentially of these storms. We are watching this storm near the Charlotte and Potterville areas. It's a little bit stronger storm. In fact, we'll take a look at velocities. We are seeing maybe a little bit of rotation. Nothing that screams tornado on the ground or anything like that to me. But nonetheless, maybe some rotation near the Charlotte and Potterville areas. That could be producing an area of gustier winds near the Potterville and Charlotte areas. That's going to be moving to the east, towards the Eaton Rapids area, towards Delhi, Charter Township, eventually Mason as well. Further down to the south, across Eaton, Calhoun, and now entering Jackson counties, we are watching these storms as well. Again, nothing of particular concern of these storms, but definitely still some gusty winds, maybe some briefly heavy downpours and small hail. Then our main focus over the last little bit has been Branch County. And taking a look at that, we're still seeing some signs of potentially gusty winds near the Quincy area. I am noticing in Coldwater, I'm watching a live camera from behind the scenes in Coldwater. Definitely heavy downpours there right now. Definitely maybe some gustier winds as well. Not horrible, but definitely some heavy downpours there in the Coldwater area. We are still watching a severe thunderstorm warning just on the other side of the state line, though. This would be for LaGrange County. Actually, that's being allowed to expire. So we will be watching the US 127 corridor in the short term in case we do get an additional severe warning or two. However, I do think in the next hour or two we will be seeing our severe weather threat begin to wind down. I definitely think by 9 or 10 o'clock at the latest, I do think we'll be wrapping up our severe weather threat across the area. But we'll still be keeping an eye on these storms behind the scenes just in case one does happen to ramp back up and require a severe thunderstorm warning or something of that nature. However, I'm thinking chances of that right now are on the lower side, or beginning to trend down. So at this point, considering I do not have active severe thunderstorm warnings, and the fact that I have been live for over 4 hours, approaching 4.5 hours here, I am going to attempt to take a quick break. We'll still be here behind the scenes watching though. And if a new warning does get issued, we'll be right back here covering it live until the danger is over. However, at this point, we are going to begin to scale back our live coverage. This is Jacob Melton live here with West Michigan Weather on behalf of the entire West Michigan Weather team. Thank you for sticking with us this afternoon and evening. And be safe out there the rest of this evening and tonight. Again, thank you for joining us for live severe weather coverage.